What is up? So, welcome to today's stream. We are going to be doing more. We are going to be finishing up episode 3. Oh wow. Episode 3 of Phoenix Wright, Trials and Tribulations, and doing all of chapter 4 because it is like just a 2-part trial and it's a small one. But here's the thing. This is third part. But then the week after that, we start episode 5 with our other 2-part finale. So, as with the last game, it was as with Justice for All. And then like I said, after that we are going to take on our own S. And then after that, we're doing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So, before we begin, Alexa, Volume 7. Alexa, tell us an interesting fact. Okay, so those are interesting facts about the original Olympic Games and stuff, great and stuff. So yeah. So like I said, and for those who are wondering, no, I have not decided if we're going to be doing streams this weekend. Since it is up to Since Madcap is out of town, it is up to me to decide if I want to or not. And the answer is still, I have no clue. Absolutely no clue. So, anyways, I think for the most part, jump right into the game. That I totally forgot to get the capture going. Sorry about that. There we go. Let's go! We got this. Also, I did not make the hot chocolate yet because I'm saving that for episode 4. Because we already had our 1 cup of hot chocolate for this episode. Except for in episode 5, there's gonna be 2 because, like I said, it is a 2-part finale, and we're gonna be. It's gonna be a whole thing. January 8th, 9:46 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Good morning, Mr. 8. Oh yeah, I forgot your. I'm sorry, man. There's just so much else are going on. I just forgot about who my client was. Sorry. Good morning, Miggy. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Well, we did figure out one thing. We figured out the identity of Bird Wrong. And a little bit more about, the victim. So. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Oh yeah, of course. Definitely. I'm definitely not Bird Wrong. I saw that! The little flash of doubt in your eyes. Oh shit, was that obvious? No! That wasn't doubt, it was, determination! Nailed it! Saved it! Why don't I believe you? Because I'm an ace attorney? It's the only time, Maggie. You better get going into the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. 8. I'm counting on you. Hey, pal! What do you want, Gumshoe? Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. Oh, right. sorry, Gumshoe. I forgot you're hopelessly in love with her. How did she know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Are you always watching me like that, Gumshoe? Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this will help. Yo! I forgot about that bottle. What did you find out about that bottle, Gumshoe? I have to write down what this is about. What this is about. Huh? Have you taken up some Omnipi too? No, not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me you don't remember this thing. It took me a second, but I did remember it. So, we're good. Right? Come to think of it, it doesn't look like one of those Sorority bottles. This is the small bottles that turned up at Trispien's kitchen a couple days ago. Wow, look at these little bottles. Oh, they're amnesty oils. You got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. We finally got the analysis result back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Oh gosh. Medication for what? Medication? Yeah, for ears. Typical. I think I know. There we go. For ears, you mean? Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Edgar was using for his ruptured eardrum. But what was Glenn Egg's medicine doing in the kitchen? What about the undefinitive fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Gumshoe, get your people in order. If you don't get your people in order, I can't do my job right! Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but that's gonna weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? Today is trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done. Or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. January 8th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Braird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder in the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rimmed cup shows the victim drank with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, The victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions in a single case can have, huh, Nick? Ha! Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. But it turns so slow we don't even realize it is turning. You lost me already, Mr. Kodat. Same here. Stop speaking in riddles, Kodat. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You gotta change with the times. That's one of my rules. I have to adapt to whoever my persecutor is, apparently. But I'll say the same. I throw evidence in their face and say, ha! Objection! Are you implying that you've already solved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seeds in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. And you are? Oh, bonjour, everyone! I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and the head chef at La Trespassing Restaurant Entree. Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman? That sounds kind of transphobic, you know. Oh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am a la petite and perky gentleman, no? Judge, just go with it, Your Honor. Just go with it, Your Honor. On the day of the incident, you were in Tribulations' kitchen. Is that right? Was you, monsieur? Huh? Everything feels right. Oh God. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well, your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened at the day of Tribison. Oh, you volunteers. I'm gonna assume that means very well. Or probably very... When it all happened, there was 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember experimenting with some new art deco that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Oh, perhaps it was the old man that was looking at. La cup, la earpiece, and la glasses. It would have seen everything in reverse, no? Mirror? Oui, un grand mirror. La most enormous mirror. Why didn't you say that? And suddenly, the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have been made did everything appear to be back to front. What the heck? It was way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. When this all happened, there was just 2 customers in my restaurant. And who were these two customers exactly? Mas, of course, the young man who died, and the other, not so young man. Hey, he is 60 years. He is 60 years young, man. You're referring to yesterday's witness, I presume. What about the other man Maggie says she saw at the table? And something tells me Miss Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we? I guess I'll just have to try a different approach from the time being. I remember I was experimenting with new Atokato that day. You were experimenting with Art Deco? How come I never heard about that before today? You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur. It's true. We don't know a lot of things outside of attorneying. Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before? But I did, just a few moments ago. Ahem. Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decorature? No, Art Deco. It's a style of design, Your Honor. He's talking about interior design. Walls, ceiling, carpets, that kind of thing. Ah, yes, of course. That's deco. Never change, Your Honor. Never change. I was trying to achieve more infamous look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of le decor. Like having a large mirror between la tables, for example. How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Oof, something about 4 meters wide and, about 2 meters high. Let's see, if 1 meter is 1 yard. Holy glass in a frame! That's huge! I was intending to install it on the ceiling eventually. The ceiling? Was there a mirror in the ceiling? I don't remember. Ah, that's 9. But I decided not to go through with it in the end. What should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror or not? Press harder! If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But here there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo's or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But you didn't ask, Trite. You only have yourself to blame for such a sloppy work. I guess you're right. I didn't ask about mirrors. What? A mirror was delivered to Trice Bison the day before the incident. Really? We really gotta ask really important questions. Like, did you get any deliveries recently? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Trice Bison, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Ha! If you want to doubt someone, try look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you would be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday seen the victim reflected in a mirror. Oh, perhaps it was that. Oh, that's what the old man was looking at. Normally, I'd expect people to know the differences between a reflection and a real object. Normally? How does normality come into this? That's lame, right? Even for you. Oh, you don't know how low I'm willing to go here and go with that. I've been through way worse than this. Huh? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where does that leave the porcupine layer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here. Well, trite! I guess it's a normal court! Back! Not the hair! And I do not have a top knot! My head does look like a top knot. Mr. Godot is correct. Even about his ungodliness. lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. I guess true. Bien, la duquesse has won la day. The cup, la épis, la glasses. You would have seen them, everything is in the resource, no? Everything? You would have seen everything in reverse? Oi! Hey, Nick! We should take a second about what old CD said in his testimony. How did he phrase it again? That boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as his green lens as his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. If he saw everything described reflected in a mirror, then everything he said was on the left side was actually on the right, huh? And that clears all of the problem with his testimony, I guess. Or does it? Ha! It's kind of hard to believe everything is the fault of a mirror, but... Do you think the old CD saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would explain the contradictions in his testimony. But that just makes the situation worse for Makey. There's gotta be something in the old man's testimony. We just gotta dig deeper. What do I have for evidence again? Damn it. Or an HDM over the left eye. Absolutely not a robot. That part gets me every time. I remember that I was experimenting with new articles at the time. Like having large meat between the tables, for example. Perhaps it was like the old man was looking at. The couple of earpiece in the castle, the girl's been seeing everything in the reverse, no? When the incident occurred, I broke my device at my seat. I'm sorry. said that the HMD and the earpiece were on the left side. But if he saw everything in reverse, he would have said the right side. Boom! Nailed it! The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over to Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? That boy was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. So, to summarize, we were told both the HMDI and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw all of that as a reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMID and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Excellent. Excellent. You see, mister, now that you think about it, it's not so hard, eh, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Mr. Kudo would have said it was on the right side. Nailed it! Order. Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness generally observed the victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over on his right side. How bitter. Right, you should have tasted this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. Oh no, I've dealt with crazy old men before, so, yeah. You underestimate me. I have dealt with crazier old men than that man. I had talked to Director Hottie a couple times. God forbid you ever meet that man. Go that. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume? I broke the vase. Sorry. The apology letter, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony? Exactly. The old man has once a very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more it muddles his mind it makes it. And what's the most striking about Mr. Elgood? Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD, he made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and the newfangled speckles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Ha! Well, trite. That's the worst, but the best impression of Mr. Kudo I've ever... Oh man, if anyone was supposed to be an impression, I would have gone back to my old man voice. You know, this one that I gave all the old men. Except for probably... I feel like I did something different for Yogi, though. Wow, I really thought he was still CD there for a minute there. Good, that's good. Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash with much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of contradiction you just found is a rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds. Nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Oh yeah, I can explain. Please, if you will, look at the plans of la restaurant. Oh yes, or Lois. Is everyone sitting comfortably? Lamia was in the middle of the restaurant dividing the two aisles. There was only one seat from which you could see the image of the victim. It was at the seat next to the victim. That was where the old man was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved Lamir so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. But then how did he see Maggie? I see no problems with the explanation we just heard. From the table next to the victim, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. What a nutty little quartet, I am. A little confusing odd men like this. Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in the court sweat over there again. Ah! I hate that guy! I like him. Okay, he's my favorite of the prosecutors. He's also just best character in my opinion. My favorite. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Oh, sure, of course. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you please. Lamia was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two staffs. So, run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct? Oi, really? Because if I know I know if I were you, I wouldn't put a mirror in there. It would be in the way. Look who's talking, Trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among the other things. But this is my seat in the courtroom. And Tribulations' charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. But how? Temporarily placing a mirror in a spot that would hardly be in the way. Unlike you, right? I tell you, Monsieur, la mirror was there in the middle of the restaurant. There was only one seat from which you could have seen the image of the victim. And where would that be? Oh la la, look how you've leaned towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in the suspense a little longer. Mr. Armstrong, tell the court what you know at once. I attract the older ones too. And I know it's handsome. I shall tease you too. Oh god. Yeah. Same here, Your Honor. I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long time. I bet she has mocha cream skin and a cappuccino perfume. Oh, that is good, Maya. That is good. Yen, I should tell you, there was only one seat from which you could have seen. There was actually a seat at the table next to the victim. That was the seat where Almond once was sitting. So why can you only see the victim from that particular seat? Miesta, is this obvious, no? If you look at the plans, you will understand. The victim would have been reflected in the mirror, like so. If you were sitting at the table next to him, you would have seen everything, no? So that's the old seat he was sitting on that day. When the poisoning happened. The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim. Why does that seem kind of odd? After the table accident, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. Did you move the mirror while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police? Oi, exactamente. I carried it out in the restaurant stand. You moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself? Well, what can I say? I know how to pick things up and some. Coda actually laughed at something. Well, give the witnesses Faceook. I suppose it's possible. Yeah, I guess you're right. He could pick something up. And Zimpatitione. Did you move anything else at the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong? I look like the Aglasian type, no? But naturally, I did not touch anything else. Are you sure about that? I touched nothing except Lamia. Mr. Wright, is there something the witness said that doesn't match the crime scene? Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on exactly what. On what exactly. Ha! Nothing for a case of heartburn. A case of heartburn, right? Oh, I have just something for that. And also was a golden mule and Fergus cents. And a few drops to your coffee, and voila! Enjoy. Focus, Phoenix. Breeze. I need to ignore those two and find some evidence. It's pretty strange, though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. And you think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did old Thady. You're right! Maggie never mentioned a mirror, and she would have known the mirror was there. Then the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Tri-Spen that day. Now I just gotta prove it, somehow. I think I know what to do. No. I'm gonna save, just so we have something to go back to. In case if I fuck up very many times. Shit! No, I mean... Let's have a look at it. Naturally, I did not touch anything else. Oh, shoot! Damn it! That's a very smart objection. Maybe? Nope. Honor that statement. Maybe? Nope. I think I'm on the right track, at least somewhere. Wait. As the last seat next to the table next to the victim, that was the seat where the old man was sitting. But check this out. That vase is still upright. And according to Mr. Victor Kudo, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. Ha! This piece of evidence contradicts the testimony we've heard, Your Honor. The crime photo. Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically shouldn't exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist. Ha! Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trey. Hey! Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is the something that should not exist in this photo? This vase! I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture. The vase? What possibly connects does this have with the witness's testimony? Your Honor? I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Because it very clearly contradicts this piece of evidence. Boom! There's one thing that clearly is demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victims at all. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat is the only one Kudo could have seen the victim reflection from. Exactly. There's only one conclusion that we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in the Tri-Bison that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. No, monsieur! I'm gonna try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time to get to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I didn't touch anything else except the mirror. Got him. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day. Yeah, I would have heard something about a mirror from probably Maggie. In light of this resolution, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear which he could not hear? Ha! You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then I'll be much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table. And there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all lies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all these contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The victim is a phony. I don't want to risk it. So, the ear doctor made a mistake. That doesn't seem possible. Mr. Kudo made a mistake. And clearly, Mr. Kudo made a mistake. Mr. Trite, you're the one who brought up all these contradictions. And if you're trying to tell us the old man has just made a mistake, we can wrap this case up right now with a guilty verdict. How about it, Mr. Wright? Should I just declare your client guilty? That's the best you can come up with, Nick. Wait. The victim is a... What? Are we saying that no one actually died? I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was the one who made a mistake. I'll give you one more chance, Mr. Wright. Think carefully before you answer this time. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The victim was a phony. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet there's one very simple answer that clears them all up. What's that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident that the victim experienced were two completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Glenn Egger at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Engard. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. We're tying this all up. Order! Order in the court. Settle down, or I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Grandpa. Why don't you clear out of here, huh? He needs to give us our guilty verdict. He needs to give us the not guilty verdict at the end to go to, so unfortunately that's not going to happen. What did you say? You did something wrong. Trey, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Eggert and acted out the whole coffee poisoning, and all for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Get real, Trey. Why would anyone do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was the servant girl who brought him the Javokino. She brought something in it. That servant girl, right there, is in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but I mean, you guys had to witness a fake me months ago. Oh shoot! Like a month ago, we were in like in reality, we were. Wait, hold on. What was February 17th? it was a Thursday as well, so we were probably in the middle of trials and tribulations of no, I mean justice for all. So, but there is one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo, to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning, to show Maggie Bride in the act of poisoning the coffee. Are you insulating that the waitress, the old man story was fake as well? It's true that there was no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it was also true that the chef was there. You would have noticed that was happening. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was seen as such a theatric, you would have known about it, correct? Oh la la! This is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You're under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tri-Bison that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events of the restaurant that day. Oh, oi. La victim, Monsieur Egger, came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man revived not long after him. There was no other customers. When he got word that he is one blood of veteran, Monsieur Egger became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning accident occurred. Now, there was no time for a phony to do la acting. Just so we're clear, there's no mirror in the restaurant after all. Oh, voice, dear pardon, forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. Oi. For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he is going to be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. La victim, Mr. Elge, came to my restaurant alone. Was he alone at the table as well? Yes. Oh, yes. I saw him from the kitchen. Get the defendant, Mr. Bird, remembers it completely different. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Ha! Unfortunately for you, Miss Wright, yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking? I wonder that too! What blood is that? It can't be 107. He said he decided that was too bitter. 45 was way too bitter. 45, I think 102 is the very bitter one that he throws at Phoenix for the first time. And 45 is they're all too bitter. It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden. I remember the old man revived not long after him. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Oi, he comes so often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You are most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip, nothing more. It also cost $8, so that's $8 on your drain there, Godot. So, Mr. Kudo arrives at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his revival in more detail. you're saying that not much time had elapsed between when the victim and Mr. Kudo arrived. Oui, that is correct. But still leaves one possibility that something happened in that gap of time. And by your recollection, how much time would you say elapsed? Let me see. Approximately 2 minutes, I would say. 2 minutes? That's all? It seems unlikely that anything untoward could have happened in such a short time. Rats. I knew I shouldn't have pursued this line of questioning. There were no other customers. I'm gonna ask the other thing. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no. I cannot remember, monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:55 p.m. by a kind of a scary old man, sir. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened about 20 minutes after he had arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10, yeah? Just after 2, huh? Thanks for your lapse in my jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? Good for you, Your Honor! The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony. Oh, monsieur judge, everything I do for you. Yes, bien. That's French, isn't it? Okay, so my very little knowledge of French, I know merci is thank you, so the judge just said thanks is good. Is that correct? Somebody knows the French better than I do. Did he just say thanks good? I'm glad at least one person isn't gonna be it. I'm very curious now. I need to know. Did I actually do that right? I guess it could be thank you. But so yeah, thank you. So yeah, the judge got it right. He's even humming a song to himself. Every middle man revived not long after him, just after 2 p.m. Are you absolutely sure about that time? When I think really hard, I am sure it was just after 2, oui? It was that time I stopped serving the lunch menu. Quite right, I always break for lunch when restaurants are having their specials. I've been known to wind up a case early just to make it on time. Haha. I guess you should never get between a hungry judge and his lunch. Yeah, that reminds me of the time Angel Star brought him food. So, oh, would you look at that? It's almost lunchtime already. Witness, get on with your testimony, please. For the judge's sake. There was no other customers. So your only customers was Mr. Kudo and the victim. How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Trite? You never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Is that why you have so many blends? Huh? You're trying to establish the presence of a phony victim at the restaurant. But you're wasting your time. You can't grind bird seed to make coffee, if you catch my drift. Mr. Victor Kudo, can we testify that, can we use your bird seeds to try to see if we can? But there's a hole in this testimony somewhere, I'm sure of it. When he got words of the ones, Mr. Helga became very excited. Did you see him? Nah, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes! $500,000! Presumably the defendant heard that too, then, correct? Maggie? She looked like a poor little frightened dove. And what about Mr. Udo? That old man chucked on some bird seeds and got stuck in his throat. It seems we have yet another incident on our hands. Your Honor. It's approximately 5 minutes after the posting incident has occurred. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you would have time to kill. I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur. Sorry? What do you mean? There was a renowned chef, Jean Armstrong, and the tragic poet, Clarence Armstrong. Clarence? Oi, I was writing a poem. An angry tale of a chef and $500,000 of debt. Cooking for a man who won $500,000 on the lottery. It was called Pocoyo. It means why. Perhaps I could recite it for the court. Please don't. Just don't. We don't need any more poems. I already read one of them. It's not great. But here's my thing. The time of death between 1:30 and 2:30. So we can definitely say that everything was set up. Like, here's the thing, too. Okay, so this doesn't have a time just on December 3rd, which was the day of the murder. Now, there was no time for the phony to do the acting. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred? I asked the old man to call on the payphone. By your own argument, right? The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so that the old man could see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear. Indeed. The inn, the Chateau of La Dot has been lifted. Nies Capa. I don't know any French. I'm gonna say this right now. I know no French. I guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh? Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elgin, and I refuse to believe he was obvious. Oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all. But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed too? She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember? Ah, you mean that's when the phony staged his act? Well, we know for sure once I find a whole... Wait! Monday! What's 1:30? 1:30 is when the... Ah! Yes! Nailed it. I remember the old man around after 2 p.m. There was no other customers when he got word that one. I don't know if I'm gonna be presenting it on the right statement. Nailed it! I'm afraid I finally gotten you, Mr. Armstrong. Koyo? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was the $1 Million Radio. Each week, they announced the winning number of $500,000 lottery ticket. Oi, that must be the show Monsieur Aga was listening to. I can't see any problems with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oi, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I just have finished serving the lunch menu. Get to the point, right? If you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. And it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30? Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy would have occurred after 2 p.m. Because that show has already finished for more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. Actually, technically, it would have only been like 20 minutes because he said the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. So therefore, yeah, nailed it. 9. The victim we have been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with an ruptured eardrum, capturing a show that was already over. The only conclusion you can draw from these facts is the victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there was 2 Glenn Elgas and Tribulations that day. The real Glenn, and now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glenn, acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if it wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy? Quite a performance, right? You're almost on a roll. Almost? What do you mean, almost? But sadly, you lack the rock of hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this? Music Theory 101? I wouldn't know. I never took music theory. Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's just after 2 p.m. The phony Glenn is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then where the real Glenn is? I don't believe I have to spell it out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glenn was already dead. That is certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. God damn it, did we fall for a trap? What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? It's the missing corpse. According to the soul man's testimony, there's only one customer there. If that customer was the phony Glenn, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Yeah. Shoot! Didn't take that part ahead. The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with some proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body? I don't have any notes on this. Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear the facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turning it all around backed me into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of real Glenn concealed? I am going to mess this up. Clearly, there's no place to hide the body inside Tri-Bison. Therefore, the killer must have hauled the body outside. I see. Nice coordination. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where is the evidence that proves the body was taken out of the restaurant? Wait, I messed up. I think I messed up. So, gonna do a real quick thing. Fail. Too bad. So, load. I think I'm backing up because I haven't saved in a bit. So, okay. Okay, so gonna be backing this up a bit. Oh wait, am I getting myself ahead? Wait, I had an idea. Right, because then got this. Could be the base. And then boom. Okay, there. Yeah. Okay. We need to get the next piece time it was. And then that evidence. This lottery. This love. It would have to been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations. Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden in such a restaurant? Perhaps you could care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. Exactly where... I mean, they did say there was a mirror. So, hear me out. The body was hidden here. I see. Nice subordination. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves that the body was hidden in that location? And this is the part I can... I think I might have messed up with location. But I'm pretty sure the body had to be hidden inside. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. I messed up location. Yeah, too bad. I think you... What are you talking about? He means that your evidence is irrelevant. No! It's the right evidence! I just had the wrong location, Your Honor! Come on, Nick. You've got to think it through. I did think it through! I was just too hasty in button clicking. Heal the beat, and then hit it with some heavy metal. Yeah, I don't think we should do that. Okay, I need to calm down and get my facts straight. What should I do now? Pick another location, because there's nothing wrong with my logic so far. I'm sure of it. I'll have another go at providing where the body was hidden. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside the Tribulations. Interesting. But where could the body have been hidden inside the restaurant? Perhaps you could care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Right? Okay, so he was hidden in the kitchen! The body was hidden here. I see. Nice subordination. But the real question is, can you pack it up? Where was the evidence that proves that the body was hidden in that location? It's the bottle! Mr. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? Nine. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality for me. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations. Eh? Koi? I don't know any... Look, I don't know any French. I am terribly sorry. And I'm terribly sorry for offending, like, probably everybody from the country who has any French in them at all. Anyone from France, anyone who can speak French. Basically, if you can associate yourself with the country of France, I apologize for my really bad French accent and not knowing French. But I only use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Glenn visited an orthodontological, nailed it, clinic, and was given a medication on that day. You can't be serious. The defense has the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Glenn. Glenn's murderer hid the body in the restaurant's kitchen, which at the time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when did the incident occur? Didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Duo. Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Mickey Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. Nine? Order. This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Glenn? Never. I could not do such a horrible thing. You okay there, Godot? Mr. Godot. The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always dug him a good coffee. Well, maybe this time you'll have to drink more than 17 cups. That's one of my rules. I forgot to write down your rules. I forgot all of them already. Do you have the slightest idea of how many cups you had by now? Then I'd like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I'd like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, Chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear? My H defense. I was just talking earlier. I was just like thinking to myself earlier. I was just like, man, there's just no H's with the Armstrong. It's just like the H doesn't exist to this man. My H defensive friend. Je vous pardonne. Please, you must hear me out. It is the trap. Listen to me. Por favor. That's Spanish. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish. See, I always know how to say, I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it? Nine. Absolutely none. Let's hear it. You got one shot, right, Gramps? Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. That is a fate. That is one fate I don't want to sob upon you. At least you'll actually get to taste what good coffee tastes like, though. Because let's see, we had blend 45 and 102 before, and they were both pretty bitter, but they were actually kind of good. Actually, I wouldn't know. I don't drink coffee. If you lie under oath again, Mr. God. Oh, right. As does my gravel. Oh, wait. It is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, that sounds right. Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with it because there was a reason why I could not have refused. But I did not kill him, I swear it. You must have believed me. You were forced. By who? I cannot say, or I will be erased. Let's try a different question, then. When Glenn died, was there really only one person at his table? There was another man. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy. And get him to tell us the name of the real killer. Oh. Birdwrong did it! Or I should have said Down Tiger, And we know his real name now. But, I refuse to call him anything other than Birdwrong. Because he's trying to impersonate us! It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. Did you carry the body by yourself? Wait, I carried him. I carried Maggie too. Maggie too? When she saw the victim collapse, she fainted. I could not have left her there. But why did you hide the bodies? A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. What man? Who was he? No, I cannot say. I fear for my life. He's really scared. You just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick. Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him. But why would you go along with this man? I had to go along with him because there was a reason I could not have refused. And what would that reason be, Mr. Armstrong? You know, monsieur. Yes? Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment. I guess I'll have to prove it. Maiden, you're a bit old to get away with that. And a bit too male. I can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason. So I'll just have to prove it with evidence. Well, I know what to do. I just want to press. Because, I'm trying to get achievements here. Well, the achievement. But I did not kill him. I swear, you must believe me. So, you're claiming that all you did was hide the bodies. Is that correct? Oi, that is right. If we are to believe you, Mr. Armstrong, you must tell the court everything. You must make it clear the identity of the man who ordered you to do this. He's already confessed this much. He might as well stop dancing around the real issue. Yeah, but he really doesn't want to tell us who the killer is. So then suck it to him, Nick. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. It's true, I hid the body in the kitchen. Forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go lower him because of the reason. Perhaps this is your reason. You have a $500,000 debt, don't you? $500,000? Is this true, Mr. Armstrong? Wait. Yes, to sell. I am weak, and I borrowed the money. This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything to ask you by this man. Mr. Birdwrong! $500,000 $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything. This man who told you. Wait, it is as you say. Mr. Armstrong. La Tiger. He told me it was going to use my restaurant for business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand the repayment his loan. I do not know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to. I had no choice. I carried la body and la incarnation Maggie to the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I have seen. I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Fio Tiger. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who has done it, I was not decipherable. Mr. Godot, you will summon this fear of tiger as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we'll adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. "30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get this guy on the stand. Not a minute more. Howza? Don't sit back and relax yet, Trey. No one knows if the chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way. Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. We'll resummon once Mr. Tiger is ready to take the stand. Till then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. Okay. Saving our progress here. January 8th, 1:21 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Alright. So, just like they're taking a recess in court, I'm taking a recess from the stream. So we'll be back in like 5... We'll be back... I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Get up, get a drink. No, not get a drink. I have water here. I need to get up, get to the bathroom, and all that jazz. Get up, stretch, and that bit. We'll reconvene in about 5-10 minutes. We're back. Sorry, got a little food still in my mouth. Oh, hold on. Back up. We almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Goda picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean, you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're gonna need. Hey, pal! Gumshoe, you sly son of a bitch. Detective Gumshoe! What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on an end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, Miss Topknot. God damn it, I forgot that. It's not a Topknot! Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kind of get wound up. That's why we always gotta keep you busy with trials. It's your line of work. Ah! No kidding. You gotta have something you need to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints and I could print some analyzed for you if you got an hour. An hour? The trial will be reconversed by then. But Nick, we still don't have really a decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we are really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprints analysis done in an hour. You bet. In that case, would you mind checking out this print on this for me? If you're going back to the station anyways, could you find out whose prints are on this? Oh, hey, that's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solved the last mystery of whose prints this belongs to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, it's been gnawing at me too. Small given bottles to get. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose those case before I get back. I don't plan on it. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. You're telling me. You'll look at him and just be like, yeah. That's not Phoenix, right? Court will now reconvene. Mr. Goda, did you find this Furio tiger? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tiger, but come on! He's pretty lively. Oh, I know firsthand, Godot. Be careful. He still bites. Very well. Please show Mr. Tiger to the stand. Witness? Please state your name and... Yeah! Ah! Don't hide under the table, Maya. Unless there's room for me down there, too. Would you mind? What's you say to me? Nothing? I didn't say nothing. Honest. You're Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent from the judge? Oh, that's what I should give him! I should give him a Brooklyn accent! Or a butchered one, because I can't actually do a Brooklyn accent. I got business to take care of you hear me? Who the hell called me into this hole? It was you, was it you, Spiky? Look at the other one. Look at the one with the mask. Ah, no, of course not. It was... the judge? Your Honor, come on! I can't... Wait, hold on. Do I have room? Help! Nailed it! Was this how the court was a month ago? Your Honor? Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. That's it. We're doomed. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell who called me in here? There's no need to shout. We can all hear you. What did you say? There's no point in struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. It was him! He is the one who called you! And I'm the one that hauled you in. That's too cool. Don't let me get the better of you, Nick! Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I know nothing about nothing but no stinking incident, mask boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Meg who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course! Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Phoenix, right? Ah! So you do know me! Oh, right, I did talk to you. You're the one who set this up, didn't ya? You're gonna regret the day you ruffled with the tiger's fur. You heard what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Oh, no worries. I can always pull my chair out and tuck onto the webcam if you need to. If you feel like you need to be. Get a grip, Nick! The tiger's alibi. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in the office. Got whales lined up from the crash from the tender lender every single day. But you want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. Ah, at last I found my pen. Thank you, Your Honor. No more ducking under the table, okay? For you, Your Honor. Maya can stay there. She can't get a good look at the tiger, or else she's gonna just be like, and then just hide again. Very well then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. Yeah! And nobody's recognizing him from last month? What is it? Please witness, can you refrain from shouting like that? I don't think I need a chair anymore, so that way I can just duck. But I actually do need a chair, because from my bed, I can't reach my mouse. I know that kind of game that the guy in blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Shit! He knows our strategy! Ah! Ah! Is it safe? I don't like the way that he knows our strategy already. Old life? Me? Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $500,000, and you're just gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. And don't think that it's gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. But I already know where the contradiction is. Ha! I love a good spectator sport. Just a moment. That's really not. This witness is. How can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming an urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's head off. Yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. You better listen. I got a business to take care of. Big business. Oh shoot, so I gotta make sure I know what the contradiction is immediately. If I don't spit now, I ain't gonna get my best. Court will now impose a penalty for any relevant pressing of the witness's testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. This is gonna be one long trial. Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick! Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December. I spent all my time in the office. I got whales along my head. Okay. I want to check my out. I feel it. Yeah, I was tied up with business in December late last year. I spent all my time in my office. Damn it. Your Honor, that statement contradicts. This is evidence. Damn it. Maybe I pressed that. I thought I was onto something there. What if I press it? Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? She's talking about Viola Carnaverini. She writes everything in my scheduler. December mainly in the office. That's what it said. That's what it was. Okay. That seems like a rather sketchy schedule. Rawr. There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. So now what? Leave it for now. It's too dangerous to press without knowing where they'll meet their end. I better just focus on getting out information at the moment. Now then, Mr. Tiger, would you mind repeating your testimony for the beginning, please? My time ain't free, you know, you hear? Yes, sir, better remember that. If I miss that bus, someone's gonna pay. And most likely it's probably gonna be me, because somehow my wallet is affected by every trial. Nah. I just like how we assume it's gonna be me. Don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business all my time in the office. Are you sure about that? We're talking. I am gonna press harder, you know? What's important is that he was doing the day of the murder, so now what? Mr. Tiger, what do you want? Okay, so maybe I should just get to the point with him. If you wouldn't mind giving a bit more detail. This is a dead end, right? And you know it. Remember the rules. No! It's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree! The victim was killed on December 3rd. Where were you? Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never sat outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Goda, if you could please... Mr. Tiger, the court asked you to add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself! The days you're talking about, I was in the office too. Never saw that kid before. Bullshit! I have the proof! Boom! Mr. Tiger. You claim you didn't know Glenn. But that appears that Mr. Engard knew you. What? Mr. Engard left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tiger, I submit that you did indeed know the one, Glenn Engar. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Yeah, ha 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 ha! Not bad, you actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with ya. To see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. Yeah, but we're only just starting, Maya. That's one compliment I can do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You call me a lie? Is that what you're doing? Uh-oh! So, you're saying that you claim to have never seen the kid before. Is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You're supposed to believe that that's the truth. Ha! And I'd say it gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. And that is, while you testify to the court again, Mr. Tiger. Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court witness? You never actually met the victim. It's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. Not in the sexual way, though. I ain't no lie. Never met Glenn Engar. There was something lame that got with that guy's name. Bill wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, 10 to lender. I waited around for him, but he never showed. I ain't never been to that Twice Bison joint just here. I don't know how to do a Brooklyn accent. I see. That all seems to be perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he did not show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Then that tells you I got a big deal going down today. I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to make the express train. That bill's going straight to you. Right. Of course it is, because my wallet is always affected in a case. But it's fine, because you won't be going far after this trial. Isn't that right, Tiger? I still want to call him Bard wrong, but nobody else knows that he is my phony. Even though it's quite obvious. I ain't no lie. Never. I'm not gonna deal with pressing Tiger because we're not gonna get. Part of me wants to, but let's just see if it's a thing. And yet, your name was written on the victim's calendar. Get that horse calendar out of my face. I'm the tiger, not a lame horse. You porcupine. You're one to talk. You have the same hairstyle as me. Tiger like me eats horses like that for breakfast. No. Witnesses aren't permitted to eat evidence. Not that they would ever. Well, there was a case once where a young lad ate. Anyways, if you had never met the victim before, how do you explain this note he left? It was some lame guy with that name though, wanted to borrow some cash from me. That's very strange. According to the manager of the firm where the victim worked, December 3rd was the date he had to repay his loan. He wasn't due to discuss borrowing money, but repaying what he owed. Oh yeah, maybe he was right. So did or did you not meet the victim? Whatever that is going down at the beginning of December. So you did meet Glenn then? Right? You might want to cool your jets for a second. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, 10 to Linda. So your meeting wasn't supposed to be at Tribulations then. Why would I want to go to a dump like that? If I want to talk with my clients, I got an office desk decked out for the job. I got the best punching bag you ever saw in there. Not exactly a professional office you got there, you know. Says the one who has a plant that we take care of like it's life or death. So you were in your office on the day of question. I waited around for him, but he ain't never showed. He didn't show up. Huh. What do you think, Trite? Let's see. How does a dead man get from a French restaurant to a loan shark's office? But the question is, why would that dead man be at the French restaurant in the first place, Godot? And you yourself didn't go to Tribulations. What you trying to pin on me here? Why don't you come down to my office? We can chat about this thing my way, hey? I got the best punch bag you ever saw. No need. I'm good, thanks. Listen up, I ain't gonna do nothing more except say this. I ain't never been to Tribulations, you hear? I'm gonna press it, but I know what to do. Never. Not even once. Not even once. I was in my office the day that went down. I didn't put no poison in no kid's coffee. Caprice? Did you think Did you really think that me and Glenn? Not likely. Glenn, Maya, you came out from under the table! Good for you! Because I'm convinced this guy's behind the whole thing. So you mean the whole testimony he just gave was a lie? Of course. So we can't afford him time think like I gotta nail him while I still can. Not the sexual way. Ain't no lie, I never met them. Meeting with the guy at the office, Tender Lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't never showed. I ain't never been to Tribulations, you? Never? Not even once? Oh wait, I didn't mean to. Mr. Tiger, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What's he talking about? We found them in your office, that Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. What? Have you really never been to Tribulations? What was the book? What was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around my stuff too now. What's that? Who are you? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no border controlling me. What your assistant. Order! Order? Well, witness? I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Yeah! Sorry! I'm terribly sorry, forgive me. I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What? But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well. Looks like another order just came from another testimony. I am this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. I was supposed to meet the wild kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid over the tables, stiff as concrete. I figured the place wasn't all hot already. It was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cops siren on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please? Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. Alright. Ha! No problem. Anytime Trice presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays his penalty. Mr. Godot, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. No, his job is to slam the little his gavel and call a not guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. The special express ain't cheap, right? Just so you know your sense your pain. Oh man, does the rule of the law mean anything around here? Yeah, we can't call this court normal. Try being. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid over the table, stepped in concrete. I figured someplace wasn't hot right. Good. Wasn't hot already. It was gonna be, so I split. I got siren on my way out and went straight back to my office. Not giving me much. And I have to be careful on what I press. This wasn't hot already. It was gonna be, so I split. Wait. Guy was laid out there stiff as concrete. Wait. Okay. So because of this wall here, so Tiger would have had to enter from here, which is the entrance. So if you entered, how could you see the victim here? You know? So, good night, Tiger! You're some sort of a loan collector pro, aren't you, Mr. Tiger? No one skips the Tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. But I'm called the Ace Attorney. And no one escapes the Phoenix clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, straight? A new line of irrelevant questioning? There's the 4 plans of the crime scene. You say that you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tiger. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the back of the kid's head. No. Unfortunately for you, that's not possible. If the court would think back to what you'll remember between each of those tables, is a tall partridge. Why? That's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So, from the entrance of the Tribulations, you could not have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day, because you met with him. Wrong! Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table. But the defense just proved that point to be mooted. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Egg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim, just as he killed and acted as the out of charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly is the real killer who impersonated the victim? Same person who impersonated me. You say the killer murdered Glenn? And the impersonator impersonated the victim in performance for Victor Kudo? In that case, Mr. Wright revealed the identity of this criminal to the court. Obviously, the killer is Fear Tiger. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness? I was expecting more of a furious roar from a tiger. I should have worn the wireless headphones if I knew I was going to do this. Because that's already the second time these headphones came out. I do have wireless headphones. Actually. They're in here. And I've been actually using them a bit. For some reason, off stream, because you just look nicer. But I've been trying to get used to them, because I already have something planned with, like, Nintendo Switch Sports. Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you just don't understand. The tiger is the king of the jungle. So, I dare you to say something. Say it again. Come on, you got the guts. You can't threaten me, Mr. Tiger. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Sounds like to me it must be you, old. You've got guts. Okay. Mr. Wright, don't let me handle this alone. Ha. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godot. Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't just see the victim. Oh, no. Doesn't go about him at Giannichino. Put something in it. No question about it. She conspicuously put some wet pad in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused poison into the coffee cup. Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee. Objection! Very impressive, Mr. Godot! Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Nailed it! Ha! Found your pen at last try? Oh, I wasn't searching for a pen. It was in my pocket. But anyways, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress is also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? A lot of imposterism going on here, but there's really only two. Because that's a normal game of Among Us. If you're playing with... There's two imposters among us. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Miss Kudo witnessed? Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Canavardi. She's an employee of Tenderlander. You see, you're making a big mistake. I'll go. I'll fight with you. This means, hey, I love Maggie. Don't get me wrong, but this trial means more than just getting her a not guilty verdict. It's getting you exposed, bitch. Do you know who Violta's grandfather is? You best not going home in an armor tuck tonight if you don't know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Well, where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee out of the victim's table, it's true that there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. She had kind of a crackling laugh. There's just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim table, who nobody but Miss Bird had seemed to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when the eardrum was ruptured. And the radio he was supposedly listening to a half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up those contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real and once for show. And Mr. Fiora Tiger, the only person who has committed the crime, is you. Witness, what do you have to say? That's cute. Sorry? Yes, alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm on to this game. I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? You got it all wrapped up nice, huh, right? But you missed the one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in that joint that day. I met with that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, yes? What? You really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tiger? Ha. What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of testimony. Cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, will you explain yourself to the court? I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened the day of the trispasm between yourself and the victim? Yeah, I loaned the Edgar cash about $100,000. That day, we were due to have a little chat. That kid hit his payday, his payback day. See? So anyways, he tells me that he got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten that guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won! $500,000! He got lucky, you know. If that witcher hasn't done what she said, everything would have been over. Now I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Edgar was $50,000. Yeah, well, he's got the big takedown into account. Interest built up fast, you know. That's faster than fast! $100,000 is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. Got $500,000 just in time. So I ain't got no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive? He has one. What is it? Has to do with MC Bomber. I'm certain of it. Yeah, I loaned that good cash for $10,000. I'm gonna press just in case. We didn't say anything about we didn't hear anything about penalties, so we're free to press. Did he have any way of paying the loan back? The fool was a gambler. He said he couldn't give it until he landed a big win. So I agreed to help him. Help him? You? I kept hitting him with ideas for ways he could get a big win. That guy kept losing. So you're just helping him for your sake or yours? Wins through compromise. You help me, I help you. What's the difference, huh? I don't believe this. Nick, would anyone really ever loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it was you, I would only lend you $5, max. Ditto. Thanks a lot, Maya. And today we was due to have a little chat. Kid had hit his payday, see? So how much were you expecting for him to pay back on that day? What do you think? The whole package, $100,000, including interest. That's a real heavyweight punch. Once the client misses a repayment, you close the whole loan in. You want to make it my word? You want to make it into my words? All you got is to know. And how many times has Mr. has Glenn been late with his repayments? Once. And how much was he supposed to pay back every month? $50. Sounds like Mr. Glenn was in a real sticky spot. Yeah, at $50 a month, he'll never pay off that huge loan off. So anyways, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. How much did he have left of his debt? You want in round fingers? Bet $100,000. That's the whole amount! We're talking about a guy who has 58 cents in his wallet. How the fuck did you know? What, you telling me he couldn't even pay for the coffee? He certainly seems to have a bit of a brave man, Miss Glenn. The guy was moved, I tell ya. You'll have your minutes, less than 5 minutes. That's what he said to me. That guy then calls me the tender tiger, and he was skating on the net. I was about to flatten the sky when he starts screaming. Was that because they that guy won the lottery. It was his last chance to win at a big win. And you can confirm that this is the ticket in question. That's it. The $1 Million Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two meet so accurately. And the whole scene was that acted 30 minutes, acted again 30 minutes later. Also that Mr. Kudo would have seen it. I can see the kid's face now. Ain't never gonna forget it. Yes, I won $500,000. You got lucky, you know, real lucky. Was there anyone else in the restaurant at the time? I don't remember. If there was no one there, I would wear that ridiculous. I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for months. Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola Carnevere were all there at the time. So the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning? Seems that way to me. But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you? Ha. The undying belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you ever had? That's what defines a true gambler. He makes it sound so cool. I know, right? I'm not blushing over good. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower for it. All I know is that kid took a shot and he got lucky in the end. If that waitress hasn't done what she's done, everything would have been over. There was a waitress, you mean? That girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, and over and done with. Maybe I should push a little harder on this. That's how things would have been. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? You're all over there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there getting my $10,000 back, that's all. I'm a business. It's all coming together before the witch got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than their recouping his loan, Mr. Tiger had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. The tiger's motive, huh? I was after the $100,000. I didn't know who had a reason to kill the guy. Are you saying you had no other motives that day? Yeah, so what? Then, why didn't you take the lottery ticket when you left? What'd you think? Because of Four Eyes over there. Because of Maggie? How do you go ask Four Eyes about about that $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad. She poisoned Edgar's cup. Unlikely Siri, your words haven't held water lately, Mr. Tiger. Let's not forget this witness is actually at the scene, right? The law doesn't exactly agree with some of the deals I set down. I'm gonna be there when the gap showed up, so I split. I see. Your Honor? The witness's last few statements are worth a good cup, two cups of coffee. Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony, or would you like to amend it? Amend it. I'm not going to get anywhere with the testimony as it stands. Your Honor, the defense would like the testimony to be amended. Very well. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect your recent statement, please. Thanks to what you did, my business with that kid was over. The tiger's trying to pin the whole crime on Maggie. If I ask him about what he saw, it's only going to damage our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? You was over there talking about the cash. I was there to get my $10,000 back. That's all. I'm a business. Okay. very curious about this drawing of Masque des Masquerades. It has to be something to do with MC Bomber. I'm sure of it. I'm absolutely sure about this. I'm certain about this. Ha! So you're just intended to get back the $10,000 Glenn owed you, correct? I don't that guy's a guess, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Glenn, I don't believe the $10,000 were what you were really after. What are you getting at, Troy? What else? What else would a money lender be after than money? Oh, the money lender was after money. But money in a totally different league. That kind of money is that a single the kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. What is that? Hey Gumshoe, would you like to provide us some more details about this disc? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? Oh, sweet. Your Honor. Your Honor. Your Honor. So innocent. So naive. A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. What's one of those do? Oh God, Your Honor, you're dumber than I thought. I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. Gosh, I'm glad we thought that! I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is an important point. A virus like MC Bomber would have been worth several $million on the black market. Several $1 million? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would have been normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glenn was a programmer. Highly skilled programmer at that. That skill was collectively Glenn put in order to borrow the money. You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get a hold of that program? Exactly. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, right? A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided he had the time. But what if he needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tiger need the tune of $1 million? That's simple, Your Honor. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, which a young woman was injured. she was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. How much death do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue those HMOs. Ha! No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tiger had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Rah! Order! You say that his life depended on it, Mr. Wright? Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Canavanti. Did you say Carla Divinity? Bruto Canavanti, mob boss in charge of all the underworld activity in the city, and starting grandfather to his precious Violta, also known as Viola Canavanti. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million to Bruto Canavanti demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, you decided to sacrifice Glenn's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tiger's sole intention was to get his hands on the CD. Glenn had no way of paying back the $10,000, and Mr. Tiger knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind Mr. Tiger would have preferred never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win? Exactly. At the 11th hour, Glenn won $500,000 on the lottery, which is why Mr. Tiger had no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glenn and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tiger posed as Glenn, while Violta Carnaverdi played the role of Miss Bird. And they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we have all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo. Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about this. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godetz? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tiger's plan. I'm ready to tuck under my table again. Order! Are we good? You put that good show, Spikey. He's all over the place with names for us. Like, come on, pick one and stick with it, Tiger. I've been calling you Tiger. Not bird wrong like I had before because I haven't revealed to you what you really are, that you were impersonating me. If you want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you're saying that dressed up like that kid created a witness and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do? Just by your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more preparation. One more trick to make sure that Miss Bird had no way out. What? Another one. Mr. Right. Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, right? What this trick Miss Tiger performed to the accused? He impersonated me! What on earth is that? Oh, it's a fake attorney badge. What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tiger, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me. You said it yourself. When we first met, you said, I'm Phoenix Wright. Bullshit. I'm Phoenix Wright. What? That's... You really think that I was being uncareful, Your Honor? The truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. I mean, we both have spiky hair, but... I'm ready to duck under the table again. Although, Your Honor, you're catching on. Now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing here in this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up by the most disreputable, shady defense I've ever seen. Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove that the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take that test and testify it was him? Stand ground, Your Honor! Stand ground. Hey. Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that. Not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir? This isn't a matter of pride. In the case you didn't know, Trey, here in court we deal with people's lives. Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor! Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me. However, I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power in hand down to a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed in by a memory without evidence to support it. No! If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tiger are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. But we have come so far! You say he impersonated Glenn, you say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. No! We're so close. Ha. Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tag. Are you gonna be mauled? Yes, yes! Yes, understood! I'll be under here! All we managed to here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Ha! Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence. Maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. This witness cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tiger. Hold it! Oh, Your Honor, sir. Gumshoe! The savior! It's already been an hour. Wow. Wait! Detective Gumshoe! Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this, too. What is it, detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. Gumshoe, you son of a bitch! I love you. Don't let go to know that, though. What? January 8th, 2:48 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results? About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle. Oh, so, do you know who the prints belong to now? You guys think you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. You glad you went on right away and not let me have a chance to answer that question. So, tell us, are they the tigers, right? I knew it. You bet. Yes! Clear as crystal, all over the bottle. They're Fear Tiger's paw prints, alright? That's great! We got him now, Nick! What's wrong with you? You hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make a difference who prints are on that bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? We need to produce... What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is the refutable evidence that Tiger put the poison in Glenn's coffee. He already admitted that he met the victim. In fact, his prints are all in this... The fact that his prints are on this bottle really don't make a difference, any difference now. Sorry, I knew it. Sorry, Gumshoe. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never going to be of any use. Don't say that, Gumshoe. You've been a great help in the past, but just not this time. You really saved our butts. You really saved our butts. Even though it was from Tresca who had to come and finish your details because you ran a red light and got in an accident. But you really helped us out in the past, Gumshoe. You can't be helpful every time. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This was our last chance to help Maggie. I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm really a loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Maggie! You've been working on something for me? Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I knew you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now. Detective Gumshoe, wait! He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. January 8th, 3:04 p.m. District Court, Courtroom Number 4. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? I grant you a recess so you can prepare the decisive evidence you've discovered. Yes? Don't keep us all in suspense, Trite. Show us. Naturally, we can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before, but you You lawyers should know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. But maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final decisive piece of evidence to the court. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victims, Your Honor? Naturally, this court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tiger. What? But Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone here knows what this bottle contains, except for one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. My prints are on that pasty little bottle. That's what you're saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyways? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything in this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tiger, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... Sure. As we all know, this bottle contains Glenn's... What are you doing, Nick? What did you just tell Gumshoe? What did you just tell Gumshoe and I outside the lobby a few minutes ago? You said the fact that the prints make no difference now. Oh, yeah. Mr. Wright. If you think I'll allow this to indulge in speculation, at this stage you're wrong. Oops. Looks like I better reconsider. I gotta take advantage of the fact that Tiger thinks he won and lead him into a trap. The phony evidence is... And a phony piece of evidence is the way to do it. Mr. Tiger, this is a grill ultra fruit. Why? Because it contains... the poison! This bottle contains... potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Miss Glenn, Your Honor. The victim killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tiger, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? Ha 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 ha! You make a good clown, you know that? What? You ain't never gonna get this to stick. You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix. That ain't the bottle with cyanide in it? No. This is the bottle we found traces of poison in it. Don't mess with the tiger. You're gonna get ripped to shreds. Cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash doesn't look nothing like it. He just admitted his own guilt. Got him, at last. What? Why is everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle? Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you people. That's just lawyers playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor, tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out? Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known about all the little details. For instance, you should have known what kind of bottles you should have known what kind of bottle to put potassium cyanide within. But now you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold that poison. You don't know who you're messing with. Oh, I know exactly who I'm messing with. A phony. A phony victim? A phony defense attorney? Maybe even a phony loner. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think you're gonna let some jump-up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. We broke him! But I'm scared! What's going on? It looks like a blackout. Well done. That's right. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Thanks, Savior-it. While you watch the police restrain your pet Ray. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toes. But if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things holding up with Mr. Tiger, Mr. Godot? He's being arrested on suspicion of murder of Glenn Edgar, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of a genuine evidence, but the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for one slip of a tongue. You're welcome, Your Honor. Your tiger is a truly frightening criminal. That's why when he had his breakdown, I fucking fled. Or I just hid. Ah! The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. What? Well, I am now in the position to deliver my verdict. The court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty! That is all. Court is adjourned. January 8th, 4:10 p.m. District Court, Defense Lobby number 1. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble months ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him. Don't forgive Bird wrong, okay? Don't forgive Bird wrong. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal. But wait! Detective Gumshoe? Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, I was... Well, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective! He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted your butt for you. It stinks to him we got the bottle of the medication bottle. That wasn't even any of use. But it was only because of Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Hey, I wouldn't even have it if we didn't even give it to... Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should be able to help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie? You know, Detective Gumshoe has been really worried about you through all of this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on the first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He just has to report the facts. He doubted me. That's why. I thought I might have done it. I gotta prove that her Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe. Made it with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he worried about you. Detective Gumshoe? I actually really liked weenies, you know. We're sorry we ate the other one in front of you. Did you guys just hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? Aww. So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. So the case of the phony versus the genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows, maybe with a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Oh. Yes, I do want to save. Actually, I don't think we need to. The girl. Let her go. Also, what color did I use after purple? Pink. Okay. Sorry, but you are going... I know this is just... So I'm gonna write episode 5, because I'm not gonna... Because this is just trial, so we don't really need to worry about writing anything down, like I said. I'm reading through the files of an old court case. It was the first case of my long-term mentor, Maya Fey. Fugitive data. Picture. Terry Fallis. Charge, kidnapping, murder. Sentence, death penalty. Fugitive moments. After escaping Falls, met with Zen. Captured in Eagle Mountain, but ate after his escape. Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broke out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. "6 years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. I never thought we'd even be seeing this one. February 16th, 9:24 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 4. Ugh, I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm going to die. I never should have accepted this case. Eek! Ah! Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing. I swear, I didn't kill nobody. Terry Falls, my first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prisoner escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape anyways? Haha. Oh god! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry! I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. Never. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. But Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago. Sorry. I told a total lie. Oh boy. This isn't gonna be easy. But anyways, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody. Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? Oh god! Eek! I'm really sorry! They sentenced me to death 5 years ago, but I was strict, I tell ya! That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear, I didn't kill her. I could never do that. 2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman? He did, but she's the reason I escaped. So that much is true. He did meet with the victim. But I didn't kill her! She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true. I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Ha! Who the fuck are you? You're not gonna get to figure out the truth by just staring at the guy. You're... Why are you here? I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where is Mr. Grossberger? Ha! That old man is probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching on an empty bottle and numbing in his sleep. Right. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando. I didn't say. So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberger's law office, is here for me? No. You got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine an escape death row verdict for a first client. It beats Phoenix's first client. Yeah. Thanks. I sure wish I could get out of it though. Ha! Relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecution for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, you talk about me, aren't you? He's earned the reputation of a genius since the very beginning of his law career. A genius. Well, isn't it about time to head in, kitten? Sharpen those claws of yours. Let's go time. A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my clients ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple childlike voice, I just had a feeling that he was telling the truth. February 16th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 4. Court is now in session for the trial of Terry... Oh god, no! It's not that... Oh god, we have have to deal with this judge. Okay, fine. Okay, I'll have to get back his weird hairline. That's really the point that just throws me off. Or is it the original judge? You know? The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand the lawyers from both sides are newcomers. Yes, Your Honor. I'm Maya Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. Oh my gosh, Edgeworth, you look so young! Gosh, you look so young! So you're the new prosecutors everyone's talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecutor office quite an early age. At 20, Your Honor. I guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia. You can't lose. Not to someone younger than you. Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon. Is that correct? Precisely. But the defendant is not on trial from escaping prison. On the day the defendant escaped, a police woman was murdered. So we're here to determine if Mr. Frall was responsible for her death. You got it, kitten. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement. Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Tyree Falls, was sentenced to death in his very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was prolonged and protracted. Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. A witness's testimony? The testimony of Detective Valerie Hartshorn, the person who confirmed this trial. Valerie? Wait, hold on. Oh, right, I didn't take notes for the first episode! Her daughter must be Phoenix's old girlfriend! She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said the witness, Mr. Falls, threw this young girl, his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle Rivers is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. So Mr. Hartshorn's testimony was the one that put him away. The policewoman you just mentioned. That wouldn't be exactly the victim, the same woman who was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hartshorn. Ah, I see. That man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago. There's only one thing to his mind: to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. Wait a minute. That's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor. Watch yourself, Miss Fey. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. You're younger than me! It's the only time I can say that, because other than this case, I am Phoenix Wright, and we're the same age. We would be the same age. You're younger than me, you hypocrite! Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. I call the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. Please be Gumshoe. Yes, it's Gumshoe! Oh my gosh, Gumshoe's not wearing his green coat! Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago. Congratulations, the gumshoe! So, he's been promoted to as a detective 6.5 years before Trials and Tribulations. So when we first meet him, he would only have been a detective for like 3.5 years. Nailed it. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, madam! You got any idea how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. God damn it. Excuse me? Well, lost between 4 and 5. Okay. My client sentenced us 4 years ago. Police officer and the victim, the key witness of events against Qualls 5 years ago. Hotshot lawyer, my senior and rival at the office. A bit smug. Dubbed a genius as soon as he started as a prosecutor. Today is his court debut. Homicide detective in charge of the investigation. Still new to his position. No, seriously, my heart is aching for you. Oh, don't worry, Gumshoe. I'll be dead in like 3 years. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be a professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quickly that something other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it. Is that the first? Oh no, shit! Is that like his first? Is that like his first? The first threat against his salary? Yo! Now, detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir. Right away. The victim was Sergeant Barry Hartshorn, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from successive blood loss. That much is already stated in the obituary report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir. I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspicion bridge, and the river that runs underneath is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met here, on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured by a police check. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint. He was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see. Dusky Bridge map added to the court records. Okay, cool. It was the victim's blood found on the bridge. The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hartshorn, was wearing a sick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood at the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor? If you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced that the two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not sure I like you, wagging your finger at me as I'm some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me, get ready. Tea. Summary of the incident. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hartshorn went to the Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And there she was, brutally murdered, sir. The criminals stuffed her body into his trunk car and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at the police checkpoint and we set up in the Baseline Mountain. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination. Coming right up. Hey, settle down there, kitten. If you keep it trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling. It's just cold in here. Oh, shoot. Like 48 degrees where I am now, so it's not that cold. I might actually be taking my sweater off at some point. I mean, my sweater off. The courtroom can be cold. A cold battlefield, alright? Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone is a beginner here. Ha! You got me there. Well, you're not a beginner, though. Maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you got, kitten. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all night last night watching. Oh, great, cool! Summary of the incident. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant to ask to meet. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, but I'm afraid I do. What? The one person who called Sergeant Hartshorn was the defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant? The defendant called her? Sergeant Hartshorn was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her phone call with Mr. Falls. A note? Yeah, top secret memo she left on her desk. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. His bright idea was to keep that note from me. Ha! Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a good question if you don't really know the answer. It's the detective's fault. He's the one who said an unknown person. Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said it the way the prosecutor told me to. Was that a trap? Was that cute face? I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. He has been dealing with the Von Karmas, though. But you won't know that. You don't know that, Mia. Sergeant Hartshorn, what's... Did we get this? Okay. Falls 4:30 p.m. At that bridge, wear a white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. A bridge up the mountains. But why meet there? Because it was a very important place for the defendant. That's why. What do you mean by that? If you remember, 5 years ago, the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto a bridge, and it was there that he killed the hostage. And that place where all of his occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge. The very place where Sergeant Hartshorn arrested and handcuffed Mr. Frost. Ha! Returning to the scene of the crime. How nostalgic. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. Was the body of the victim discovered right away? Yeah, you're really on the ball. We found the criminal within hours of the murder. It was great. We even got to say, don't move! We got you surrounded! Gumshoe, you do not change in 6 years. You're still like this. Wait a second. Isn't there something weird about that? The location was a suspicion on the bridge above the mountain. But how did they find out the crime so quickly? Sergeant Hartshorn must have mentioned the phone call to someone else, right? Ha! If that's what happened, then she would have been killed. She never mentioned the phone call from Mr. Falls, but she left a note on her desk about it. If only I had noticed it earlier, maybe she'd still be alive. I wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone. The criminal stuffed her body into his trunk car and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls had a car then. Well, that bridge was way up the mountains, madam. If the defendant and the victim both were up there by car, I mean, how else, right? What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that has been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. Not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything? This is the photo of the stolen car's trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Harthorne in there. Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable. Your Honor, she's dead. The victim. She was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here. You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back, nice and firm. The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange about or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? Here's a photo of this trunk, but I don't see anything strange. Do you? Anyways, what did the defendant has to say about this photo? What he's always saying, madam. I didn't do it, and I knew nothing. That's all he says. Nothing. I wouldn't say he did nothing. Well, at very least, we know he stole a car. It's just what he always says, Your Honor. Then he always says, sorry. I told a little lie. Or something like that. Well, in any case, it seems he was caught and arrested. Precisely. Mr. Falk was arrested at this police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. That certainly is some impressive police work. Well, no, actually it was too close for comfort. We set up that checkpoint just after 5 p.m. We figured that Mr. Falls might just try to run. What do you mean it was too close for comfort? The two of them arranged to meet at 4:30 p.m. And it takes approximately 30 minutes to get from the bridge to the checkpoint. That was kind of close. Any later, Mr. Falls could have slipped right by. Listen up, kitten. There's a big trap waiting for you in that testimony. A trap? Walk into it carelessly, and it'll leave more than just a fun wound. It's flushing. Fun, huh? No, it's not! Well, if you want to have any chance at all, you better get some more information. And if you're gonna get caught in a trap, it's best to get caught early. You can always look for a contradiction afterwards. The ever-famous contradictions. I sure hope I can find some of those. On the day of the incident, and I don't have a lot of evidence to go with. Oh, right, it's just that photo. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. It's worth a shot. Ha! Witness! What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry. I totally forgot what I was gonna say. This is the first time I ever actually had to address someone like that. You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, not sure I like this. Say there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Come on, Mia. Check it out. You're a lawyer. Nailed it. Detective. Yes, ma'am? This photo. You said that there is nothing particular about it, correct? Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. The note? It very clearly says, wear a white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like. Thus, the special request. I have one simple question for you, detective. Where is the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, could you find it in the trunk, madam? And you stopped there. You should have looked for it. The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I'd expect she just did that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you're searching desperately? Is this one by perchance? Where did you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first to check, and decided to conduct my own investigation. Why? Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. That hat sure has a flair for the dramatic. It's not exactly white as the caller requested, but you could see it's close enough for what it's intended for. It looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprisingly, it was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecution Edwards. He was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. The court will accept the scarf into evidence. Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. If that is alright with you, isn't it, Miss Faye? Boy, I would like to wrap the scarf around his smirky little neck. Very good. Now if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively, and it was hard evidence that Miss Hartform and Mr. Frey did indeed meet on that bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. Sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, kitten. There's always a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? The events on Dusky Bridge. Actually, there was an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the victim wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyways, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that the bridge is very high up. It's about 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Mr. Idris, who took this photo anyways? Let's just say it was a well-intentioned third party. Aha! A potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. I'm not sure how I feel about that. So as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at the point what happened on that bridge. Aha, the truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean? Events on Ski Bridge. Actually, there was an eyewitness there on the incident that took place. Who is this eyewitness? She is a college student. A female college student? That's right. Meaning she's female and a college student, ma'am. She doesn't do well in the front of other people, so I came to testify for her. Maybe so, but as the attorney for the defense, I have the right to cross-examine her. For the time being, we're not relying on the witness's statement. That is all. What is that supposed to mean? The prosecution has other, more decisive evidence. Our case doesn't rest on the vague testimony of a female college student. A female college student, eh? It means she's a female and a college student, sir. If you absolutely must hear her testimony, you'll have to give us a good reason why. Please tell us about the more decisive evidence in question. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the wearing the scarf, sir. The victim was wearing a scarf in this photo, alright. So, about the witness who took this photo. What was this person doing all the way in the mountains? She was taking photos of wild flowers, apparently. There are many unusual types of flora on that mountain, Miss Bay. People in that area say it's because of the spirits that live there. The spirits? Now that you mention it. This photo. This cloudy, foggy thing. Is it a ghost? I don't believe it. No, Your Honor. No, I don't think it's a ghost. It was drizzling that day, unfortunately. There's a little hard to see what's going on. Drizzling, huh? That's right. There was a light rain coming down. The whole place was dreary. But not as dreary as the mood in this courtroom right now. Haha. Looks like a cold front just moved in. In any case, point to us the area that looks... The point that the area is quite damp. There is even some fog. I even slipped and fell while I was on that bridge. Something. Anyways, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Is that part of the witness's testimony as well? Of course it is. He pushed the victim hard in the back and she fell down right on her stomach. I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal. Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed, or were you the one getting pushed? Or does it mean that you pushed someone down like that once? Was his mind-boggling tales? The way he said brutal, I wonder if he's Canadian. Ha! Save your nasty looks for the right person. Huh? Take a look. Poor baby. The court record, it seems to have wet itself. Hey! Watch where you spill your coffee! The court record, huh? That must have been when the scarf fell off. let's process this photo. So in other words, there was a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh? That's what the witness said. Well, it looks like she didn't remember about the scar. But from what she said, it sounded like a pretty violent fight, madam. Area was wet from rain. The bridge was probably wet too, which would explain why the scarf was covered in mud. But there's something about that testimony that still bothers me. Talk about surprise. I had no idea that there was a photo. So what do I do? You really still believe in him, Mr. Crybaby? I mean, of course I do. The little kitten believes in fairy tales, huh? In that case, the answer is obvious. What if you believe it's the truth? Then that means somewhere hidden in that testimony is a contradiction. One huge contradiction waiting to be discovered. That's your chance. Actually, there is an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This is a photo where accident taken by the witness wearing the scarf. And there's not a lot of... So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with that soggy atmosphere. But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car's trunk. Considering the condition of the crime scene, something isn't right. Well, by all means, please enlighten us to what isn't right. What about this photo is the trunk that doesn't fit the conditions? I'd say. Naturally, the answer is right around here, I think. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? It seems to me that Miss Faye could use the trunk herself. What? One that she could hide all of her bitter memories from this trial that is. Ho 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 ho, you truly are a genius. A genius of sarcasm and wordplay. Oops. Looks like I really put my foot in my mouth that time. Just relax. Lick your wounds clean, then go after them again, kitten. No matter how bitter the memory, never be as bitter as dark black coffee. Alright, Mia. You gotta think harder this time. Now then, let me ask you one more time. What about this that doesn't seem... musicians? Naturally, the answer is right here. The victim's coat? As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it. That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions of the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. Er, that's exactly right. The other day, I fell in the muddy street and got my gorgeous play-off beard was befooled. I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If your honor hasn't fallen in the shower instead of a muddy street, your gorgeous hockey beard provided a legal league would be wet, but not muddy. Unfortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? The surface of the bridge, huh? Ha! A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this. Neither would a real woman. Of course I can. Here's the evidence that proves the surface was muddy that day. The evidence is this scarf. Ah! It should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means the bridge was obviously covered in mud. No, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo. You're also a novice! Hey! Same to you, buddy! Miss Faye's assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a dark contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Looks like the explanation in this case may be... Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Ha! You're really doing pretty well for a little kitten. Mr. Armando. No matter what he says, contradictions always come down to a lie. Is either the victim discovered in the trunk, or the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence is one of those three. Thanks, Mr. Romaldo. You really narrowed it down for me. I already knew that. But you needed to narrow it down a little more. What you just said just now. Not sure. I think I like that. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee FSAS over there that said it. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. He has to expose his evidence as flimsy scam it is. Yes! The false evidence in this case is the... Honestly, I'm just... It doesn't look like I'm gonna... About the photo that the prosecution claims that was taken by a witness, it clearly seems to show a man in a prison uniform and a woman in a coat. However, we can't tell any more from that photo. From the photo. Are you saying the people in the photo may not be the victim and the defendant? Well, it's certainly a possibility. So perhaps it was another prisoner and policewoman. I admit, people have their quirks. Perhaps they were part of a role-playing group. Well, I suppose that is a possibility, I guess. You messed up again, kitten. Mr. Armando, there should be something in that that's even more suspicious. Now think the whole thing over again. From this point on, Miss Faye, I will be penalizing you for unsolicited accusations. Don't do it, Mia. Don't cry until you get home. In any case, this court will not be in the habit of... Okay, blame it on him. the witness's testimony. It's a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind, then stabbed her in the back. Now, is that the testimony exactly what the witness claims to seen? Yeah, that's what the witness told us. That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. Ah, that's just not true. It's the truth. If there was truly a decisive witness in that case, and I'm certain that that boy wonder over there would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented is not only vague but contradictory as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. You should have braced yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time. What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Now let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation? Everyone is silent that I can't hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Oh. When I look at you, how can I put it? You look like as scrumptious as a double-double in a dozen donut holes. I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down the verdict just to have a bite. Hey, not so fast. As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are truly a gentleman. Miss Faye, you can learn a lot from this man. Younger than me! If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me. Sir? Yes, my dear? This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. It won't be your last, though! Anyways, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause. Not at all. No trouble at all. Everyone in here is a newbie. Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student, a freshman in the literature department. You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo. Is that accurate? What? How could you be so mean? Now here. What are you doing shoving that in her face like that? Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Next time I'll be forced to penalize you. Uh-oh. I don't like this. I don't like the turn this has taken. Is she staring at me? And you would be Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Maya Fey. I see. So you are... Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best. The witness's photography. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspended bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I heard and took the photo. That's just a crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police. By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would have helped here. I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs. So you took the photo from that location, eh? I brought the camera while I was using it at the time, just like Mr. Etchers asked me to. Oh ho ho, what a cute camera. It's just like its owner. Alright then, Miss Faye, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry and you'll feel the wrath of my gravel. The witness's photographer. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Did you say wildflowers? Yes, the mountain's famous for its beautiful spring wildflowers. But it's only February. Well, I couldn't wait for spring to come. Oh ho! I know just how you feel. It's just like when I first started growing this glorious beard. I just couldn't wait, so I dyed it blonde. I wore a dyed blonde Santa beard until mine grew in properly. Would you mind if we just got back to the facts of the case, Your Honor? And I noticed there were two people standing up on the bridge. Was there anything strange about the two of them? I'm a bad girl. I know I am. It looks like they were having a really serious conversation up there. So I decided to watch them like some kind of peeping Tom. No, not at all. Everyone's like that. I love watching other people fight too. In fact, I can't get enough of it. Is that why you become a judge, Your Honor? Actually, that's why I took this job as a... I was like, is that why you became a judge in the first place? I didn't know you was gonna say that. Too much info, Your Honor. In any case, it's perfectly natural for you to keep watching them, especially dressed as they were. Well, anyways, I was watching them very closely. Suddenly, they just started fighting. Do you have any idea where they were fighting about? Eh? No, I have no idea. Why did you ask that? Oh, I just thought that maybe you overheard what they said. God damn it, I'm getting penalized. I would never eavesdrop. I got more glass than that. That's right, Miss Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Ugh. When I heard it and took the photo, that's just a crucial moment. Why did you take a photo? Well, the two of them were really going at it. Ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a news reporter. I guess that part of me just kind of took over. Smells like a lie to me. Yes, I understand completely. And now I can't completely abandon my boyhood dreams. I still use my grandson to test out my comedy routines on. So he wants to be a comedian, huh? Not that has any bearing on this. All I could do is use my camera. So I took a photo of the crucial moment and gave it to the police. And right after that, I called the police. You called the police? Yes, because it looked to me like the murderer was trying to escape. We were already moving before the call came in. Thanks to the victim's note, we have already started our operation. That was certainly tough luck for the criminal, eh? If Tail Fairy isn't a criminal, then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony. Be careful, kitten. That girl has the judge wrapped around her little finger. You're gonna have a tough time poking holes in that testimony of hers. You're gonna have to come up with something really good, Mia. Wait, I didn't mean to press. Wait, hold on. The crucial moment. But they look like they're just standing there in the witness photo. See? They just look like they're standing there, not fighting or anything. Witness. When you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo is two people facing each other. And you testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally, that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Hold on. Just a second. There we go. Why wouldn't you present a photo like that? Well, you see, the photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. So! My apologies, young lady. But Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain moment of merit. You can certainly downplay a situation, can't you? I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I, used it all up. The film, I mean. You ran out of film? This photo was the last one. What? Unfortunately, that's the truth. I personally examined all the photographs she took that day, and all the other photos are the witness herself playing among the wild flowers. The witness herself. Then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So you took the photos of yourself? I remember taking some photographs of myself once too. Please, no details. It seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. Wait! Just a minute! Well, if you had no film left, you couldn't have very well taken more pictures, eh? Miss Foster, Perhaps you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet. Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear what your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed. Yes, Mr. Judge. Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. Ha! Looks like the other kittens in the room. The other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening. I was using my camera to take pictures of wild flowers. Did you say wild flowers? Oh wait, we already seen all this. Suddenly, they just started fighting. The victim turned around and tried to run away, but... The victim? Why do you think she tried to run away? With her police training, she certainly knew better than to turn her back on a criminal. This was a large, powerful man with a knife. You can say large, but definitely not powerful. He doesn't look like the powerful type. If it had been a scraggy woman like you, I'm sure she would have acted differently. Regularly? Why you? If it had been for me, I personally would have jumped into the river. There's still something wrong with this testimony. She only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. So you're saying that Sergeant Harthorne wasn't able to get away from him? Well, it's a narrow bridge. It was swaying back and forth. If you ask me, both of them were in danger of falling off. I only wish I could have done something to help her. That seems to make sense. I wonder about that. Something seems kind of off. Ha! Does it now? You have a good sixth sense. Whenever you feel something's off, that's when you need to figure out why. A terrible fire and criminal. I didn't need to press! One of my other big downfalls. Witness, your testimony is a joke. Huh? What? But I just... Miss Faye, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were two contradictions? It's simple. Take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the two of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, the victim the victim had tried to turn around, well then, she would have hit a dead end. You say 10 yards, but she couldn't even ran 5, because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side. What does this all mean? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court? Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because of this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. So you're saying... I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in this repair, there's no evidence that can prove the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous! You can actually tell the condition of the bridge from the photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. Ha! That guy's good. Huh? What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, alright. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? That coward! Well, Miss Faye, it seems you have once again made a ridiculous accusation. But I said there was 2 contradictions! I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself. No. This wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what is the witness actually saw. Indeed. Alright, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony? But it's so hard to go on. We're all on your side, Miss Foster. I'm not. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that wasn't the only way he could make... It was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. Witness. Such violence must be been difficult. Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up. If he accepts this testimony as it is, we're finished. Don't say that. Oh well. Maybe I'll stop at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really great mocha latte. This trial isn't over yet! Ha! That's what I like to hear. Alright, Miss Faye, your cross-examination, if you please. The contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack! Meow! Hey, Mulder calls us a kitty, so I thought meowing would fit. Well, he calls us kittens. Running from the crime. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in her arms. Are you saying that the victim didn't fall down on the bridge? Actually, maybe she did. Of course she didn't fall down on the bridge. She didn't fall down on the bridge. If she had fallen down, the photo wouldn't make any sense. If that was on the case, her coat would have been all muddy. If you don't mind, I was asking the witness. No need to be so rude. Well, young lady. Of course she didn't fall down. The man in the prison uniform grabbed her before she could. Huh. We're one step too slow. And then, what did the defendant do after that? Then he carried her over to the car. You personally witnessed that? Yes. Did anything strange happen when he did that? Well, I don't know if you could call it strange or not, but that's when the victim's scarf fell off. You mean this scarf? Her words match what we found at the scene. Didn't see any problem. I suppose that was the only way he could make the body stay hidden. You mean the defendant carried the body all by himself? Yes. Considering the size of the defendant, I don't think it would be difficult. Yes, but let's remember they were on a narrow bridge that was ready to collapse. Is it even possible for him to carry a dead body on a bridge like that? Well, the fact of the matter is that he did. That kind of talk is just silly. Wow. Why did he get so emotional all of a sudden? Miss Faye, if you think there's some other possibility, please share it with the rest of us. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Why do you say that? It's already broken down bridge, hidden away in the mountains. Doing anything more to hide a corpse would be going overboard, wouldn't it? Yes, but that mountain is famous among hikers. A surprising number of people go up there. But it's February, right? And it was raining on that day, correct? There is also a small temple of channeling dojo there. You know, those monks, they just love cold, isolated places. Oh, I know very well. I think the witness is trying to say that the corpse could have been found at any time. Besides, the witness is merely reporting what she witnessed with her own eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. I am only supposed to talk about what I saw. And you're absolutely certain it was my client who was carrying the body. Well, he was wearing a prisoner's uniform, but as for his face... So you're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face? Well, they were very far away, and it was raining as well. I thought it was only supposed to say exactly what I saw. Excellent. You're remarkably honest, young woman. Something about this testimony is bothering me, but what? Hey, kitten. Have you ever put salt in your coffee? I never drinking coffee, Amaldo. Wait, yo! I think I just figured out who Godot is. But how does he connect with Phoenix now? Talks way too much about coffee. There's no way in hell that Armando is not Godot. No. Why would I? Why not? Hey, can someone in chat do that for me? Someone who actually drinks coffee? Can you, like, go and, just, like, go put salt in your coffee? Huh? It maybe actually go better with coffee. It actually might go better with coffee than sugar, right? Listen, my point is that if you're not sure, you might as well go add a ton of salt to it. It might bring out the rust in something, like a piece of evidence. He's right, Mia. Go present something. You got nothing to lose. By the way, I wouldn't put salt in my coffee. The tea don't go well after all. Okay, so don't do it. Don't do it. What I said before, don't put salt in your coffee. The two don't go well, according to Amando here. A killer not wanting his victim to be found? I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Oh, well, what is it? Take another look at the map of the area, and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Miss, earlier, Edgeworth pointed out something very interesting about that river. For those who are not aware, Evil River is well known for its powerful currents. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. Ah. In the kidnapper's case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur on that same spot above Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed that body in the water. Order! I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Faye. But I must admit, it does seem odd not to be throwing the body in the river. Oh. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? How sad. Perhaps Miss Faye would do well by trying to take a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert at the way of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that the killer did is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true. Miss Faye, it seems that your assertion without merit is without merit after all. But what the witness claims has seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. That certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try. All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. Who's he talking about? Alright, I'll do my best. After he stabbed her in the middle, he quickly picked up her arm. Then he carried her above to the car. The killer broke into the trunk and stole the car, and the body hid there. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I only am supposed to... Oh, shoot. What did the man do then? Well, naturally, he got in the car and was about to flee. That's when I came to my senses. I said to myself, you have to call the police. And so that's when you called the police? You're sure what you saw with your own eyes? Yes, I'm 100% certain. Wait. Well, Miss Foster, looks like you've done it this time. What? Made a crucial mistake. A crucial mistake? Well, like what, Miss Faye? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body there. You're saying that you saw that, right? With your very own eyes. Yes, and? It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at this diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Did you see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car, outcropping rock is directly in the way. Ah! That's right, Miss Foster. From where you're standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. Ah! I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of the rock. However, it isn't so tall that stop her from seeing that car. That's right. It was not that high at all. I was able to see his car just fine. I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court yesterday. This is the location the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping is being referred to is more likely a cliff. Ah! Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff, but still you claim to being able to see the killer's car. No! Order! Order in the court! What is this meaning of all this ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escaped blood from the stolen car was reported in the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself she saw it. But she had repeatedly been warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes. Oh. Mr. Judge? What is it? I think I must have remembered things wrong. Hey, wait a minute! You can't just say that! Miss Faye? No one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. To err as human, to forgive divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here. What? That's not fair! Ah. There's the tears for later, kitten. Yeah, I'm not gonna cry until I get home, okay? Or at least I turn off the camera. Or go to the VRV screen. Mr. Almondo, don't look back until the trial's over. Now's the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair! Okay, kitten, you need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. The killer broke into the trunk and stole the car of the stolen car and hid the body there. So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk? Ah! Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're gonna have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness? Well, I'm certain he broke into the trunk because there was marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain that there was scratch marks from when he broke into it. What? Let me see that photo. Oh, it is true. He certainly scratch marks around the keyhole. Wait, no, it's all in caps. Sorry about that. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied? This judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here. What she just said, is there a contradiction in somewhere? It doesn't work! Melissa Foster, it looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said that you were in the field taking photos of wildflowers, but even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see the scratches? Finally. I finally got her. Ha! I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Miss Faye explained it herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was... She's the owner of the car. Right? She either put the corpse in herself or she's the owner of the car. There's only one way that the witness could have had the chance to see those scratches. Yes? What is it? Naturally. When she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. Oh no, I don't do it because this episode is only a trial, so I don't really have much to write down. So I'm not bothering. But I have all the notes for episode 3. See? It's still attached in the notebook, hanging on by a few threads. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one who put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car keys. There was no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple who has been waiting at a red light. Which means that the key would have still been in the ignition. I see. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we would never have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk. No! Preposterous! To even suggest that the witness put the body in there? If that were true, then how do you explain the photos she took? The corpse could have only been in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at that time, she was taking photographs. Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to think it too deeply about it. What I'm saying here is, I'm saying the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. It has a timer function! Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it. Even a mini tripod. Why? It's almost as if she had brought this camera just to take this picture. What are you trying to say then, Miss Faye? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed? Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly. She was not in the field. Would the defense please explain further? Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? The answer in that question will also make clear Miss Foster's true identity. Well then, please answer this question. Where was Miss Foster when... Are we really gonna assume that she's the murderer? Hell yeah, we are! Naturally, the witness was standing right around here. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Before pointing out where the witness was standing, Miss Faye should do something herself. She should figure out where she stands, if you catch my drift. Oh, don't worry. The drift was certainly caught. Yes, failure is an excellent opportunity to grow. Now try again next time. Yes, thank you. Well then, please answer this question. Okay. I'm certain she was on the bridge. But where exactly on the bridge? Perhaps where the victim was? Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim, Miss Hearthstone, was standing. No, order! Miss Faye, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met the victim. How obscene. Of course Mr. Fall met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Harthorne. What? I never heard of anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then exactly who is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your very own witness. What? It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Miss Fall met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Harthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember is that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Fall himself believed that the woman in front of him he saw was Valerie Harthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Harthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony got him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You're just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? I got it right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Fall had forgotten what Miss Fall looked like. The scarf! Mr. Fall had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification. Namely, this muddy scarf. Ah! It was Mr. Fall who requested that she wears this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, so long as you're wearing a scarf, like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Harthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? No! We broke her. Alright, cool. I'm sorry, that was not real cool. Where's Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. Huh. Well, we has to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defendant and the prosecution are supposed to wait in their respective lobbies. Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Very well, this court is now in recess. Yes, we're saving. So, get into some music. February 16th, 1:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Alright, so we're gonna go to the bathroom real quick. We're gonna take our recess, so we're gonna make sure to get up, get a drink, get something to eat if you haven't eaten yet, even though it is like 11 p.m. for me. Do what you need to do. We'll reconvene in like 5-10 minutes. We should be back. Hot chocolate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to say thanks. You're really good. You really hooked me up. Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah, but there's one more obstacle we gotta get past. Obstacle? Yeah, motive. Why would Melissa Foster want to kill that policewoman anyways? Motive, huh? Anyways, we're still badly in need of information. Information, right. What we need is info about this Miss Melissa Foster anyway, herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing. What is it? Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy on death row is for. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago. Okay, I trust you. That day, 5 years ago, I dreamed of it every day. This picture reminds me of everything. The bridge looks the same, just like then, 5 years ago. Like it could fall apart any minute. So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years. Ha! Sorry, buddy. But you sound like you're the one that could fall apart any moment. It's true. It did. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Harthorne. Your girlfriend? Huh? Hey, hold on there. Did you say Harthorne? The victim's last name. Dahlia Harthorne, Valerie's little sister. What? Are you serious? The girl. Let her go! Shut up! Come on, come in closer and I'll kill her. Sorry, but you're the one not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Harthorne. At first I thought shooting someone for a kidnap was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it. Wrong. No protect sister. Valerie betrayed me. Betray us. What do you mean she betrayed you? Everything. All lies. All make-believe. Kidnapping, too. Make-believe kidnapping? Dahlia, my girlfriend. My love, my teen angel. She actually say my teen angel? He's seen one too many soap operas. I do anything she said. Anything Dahlia says. Anything Dahlia says. Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by... Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too. Valerie was in on it? Dahlia's family is rich. Jewelry business. We get one jewel. That's what we sought. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnapping notes we sent to her dad. Asked for a $2 million diamond. Tell him to make the exchange on Dusky Bridge. Well, we tell him that Valerie makes transfer because she knew detective. Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, alright? In the end, you were planning on splitting the 2 million three ways, huh? Yeah, but that woman. That woman, Valerie, she do it for real. She shoot me for real. Me and Dahlia. Bang. I was shot in the arm. Dahlia, she jumped in the river. Jumped? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you? I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyways, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over. And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence? I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me. That man, Tyre Fowlers, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below. These 5 years, all I wonder is, why? 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 Why did you lie? That's all I want to know. Cause that's why you call her. That's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself. Yes, but I forgot what she looked like, so I tell her to wear scarf. I don't want to hurt her. Just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just wanted to hear the answers from her mouth. That's all. That's why. That's why you made a crazy escape like that. Just one thing, Zebra Boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it? Huh? Where's what? Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it? I don't know. Huh? You don't know? Not really. No, really. I don't know. It's gone. With Dahlia. With Dahlia? That day on the bridge. Dahlia put it in backpack. Now gone with Dahlia. Gone forever. And into Eagle River. It disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute. You can come back in now. We're about ready to go. Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Softthorn? Never found her. My sweet Dahlia. I never found her. That means she's not dead. Well, I mean, to be fair, we knew that. Because of Turnabout Memory. Swallowed by the river. Gone. Dahlia. My teen angel. You're a teen angel. How old was she anyways? Just 14. 14? I guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds. She planned a fake kidnapping and disappeared into the river with a rock worth 2 mil. Man, oh man, angels these days. Wallace takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to Death Row. It's Dahlia Hawthorne, an angel, or is she really? It's time, kitten. Looks like we're having a few more aces up. It looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now. You bet. The training wheels come off now, Maya. You got to strike while the iron's hot. He didn't call us kitten! Wait, why didn't he call us kitten? That's one of my rules. Remember it. Oh shoot, I already forgot it! Just like all of other Godots' rules! Yes, it's quite clear that Armando is Godot. It's quite clear. February 16th, 1:49 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Farr. Witness, are you feeling better? Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best. You're a brave young lady. Not this again. I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, try to pin the crime on an innocent student is... What are you talking about? My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. What possible reason would a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman? It's certainly hard to imagine this poor woman as a murderer. Her motive, huh? I figure that's what has established next. Well, Miss Faye, do you have any evidence of a motive? Yes, of course. I think. Ha! You're still acting as tame as a kitten. Kitten? Mr. Armando, listen. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro. Maybe so, but I wish you quit grinning at me like that. Excuse me, may I speak, Mr. Judge? Of course. Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like. I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why I at least wanted you to know that's not true. I see. Such an innocent, honest, and understanding young lady. She's full of lies, Your Honor. Looks like this witness is a real professional. What do you mean? Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are the darkest for her, click. She lights right up. Very well then. Let's hear what the witness has to say. Hot chocolate hot. No shit. I was out in the country until the year before last. Until I entered college. I'd never been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing an officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster. Out of the country, eh? Precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder. Indeed. You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put you on your best smile. You bet. Somehow, I have to tie her to this case. I was out of the country until the year before last. So what country were you living in then? We were all living abroad, but my parents were killed. But after my parents were killed, it was a brutal civil war. She had to try to make her way back home alone. I lost everything. I didn't even have any personal identification. What kind of sob story is this? What do I do? Should I press her for details? Press harder. Witness, answer my question. I will repeat it for you. What country were you in? Your Honor, this line of questioning is childish. what country she was and is, and how many languages she speaks are irrelevant here. What we're trying to evaluate here is whether the witness has any connection to this case. I lived abroad ever since I was a little girl. That's why I can never know my Mr. Fowler, Detective Hawthorne. Yes, I think we're established at this point. Yes, indeed. Well then, shall we add what you just stated to your official testimony? Yes, please, Mr. Judge. Naturally, I didn't know either the victim or the defendant. You didn't know either person. Are you certain of that? Yes, I'm afraid I'm rather shy around people. Oh well, that can't be helped. Why is he just agreeing with everything that comes out of her mouth? The first time you either saw them were near the bridge, correct? Yes, it was really a coincidence. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before. So what made you decide to go to Eagle Mountain anyways? I just love being outdoors. Picnics, hiking, you know, that sort of thing. You don't look like much of a hiker to me. But you do look like a digger of some sort. Of sorts. But Eagle Mountain is a 2-hour drive from here, and no trains run through there. There are plenty of mountains that are closer and easier to get to. Well, I went there once with the college hiking club. I fell in love with its stark, desolate beauty and its cold yet romantic gloominess. Didn't know you were such a goss. By the way, what's the name of your college? The prosecution objects to any questions that involve the witness's private life. All that matters is she's the material witness to a crime. The witness doesn't need to respond to questions that are clearly malicious in intent. Thank you, she's really gone too far. Miss Faye, you're treading on thin ice here. I'm the one treading on thin ice? I'm just trying to get my information here. I hardly said anything. Talk about sensitive. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Perhaps, but your behavior that day was very suspicious. Now, not only have you contradicted yourself here in court, but you know things you shouldn't. For example, the scratches on the trunk of the car. Well, that's... Unfortunately, Miss Faye, your last statement proves nothing. Oh, really? And why is that? The witness came to the police station once to identify the suspect. It's entirely possible that at the time, an officer showed her this photo. That seems like a rather serious mistake. Ha! That's the oldest trick in the prosecutor's book. Is this fair? That wicked inmate, I'll never be able to forget that horrible day. Holding a grudge and killing an officer who testified against you 5 years ago. A grudge. Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial getting the defendant sentenced to death. Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such a deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt. My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. You do not mess with a girl and her client. Not only did he forget about what he did, he forgot about the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? Your client. You forgot what the detective looks like, right? Too bad for her that he didn't forget her about her testimony as well. Well, she's right about that. Miss Ball is kind of forgetful. Press harder. He said he forgot what the detective looked like. What do you mean by that? Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some sort of identification, right? Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification. Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me. That's true. He's clearly a bitter man. This is bad, and Mr. Fall's reputation is just keeps getting worse and worse. Something is best not to be too deep. What should I do with that last statement? Your Honor, what the witness just said now is tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony. The prosecution has no objections. After all, the defendant is a killer and immensely unbalanced one, that is. Testimony only helps further prove that point. No, that's not why I... Enough. Witness, if you would. My pleasure, Mr. Judge. I guess I was lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. What do you mean by lucky? Well, it's February now. Everyone's wearing scarves. If I accidentally wore a white scarf, like he said, then you might have been killed. That would have been terrible loss for this world. Your Honor. It looks like you pressed it too hard this time, kitten. Mr. Armando, keep looking around you and you're going to lose sight of the finish line. Justice is blind, but she's not deaf. Sometimes he has to know when not to talk. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I think the defendant is a horrible, terrible, horrible monster. You knew about that incident, but weren't you out of the country until the year before last? Well, I saw reports about an escaped convict on the news. They had an in-depth report about his whole history. So you were still living abroad 5 years ago, is that right? Yes. I can't let her get away with these lies. Listen to me. She's neck deep in this whole thing. Somehow, you're just gonna have to get her to show the court her true self. Wait, how did Melissa know it was white? That's a very interesting question. How did you know it was white? Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. It's hard to see in this photo, but the scarf in the victim, look at the scarf the victim wore as identification. Ah, you're talking about the scarf right here, right? Eh? Yes, that's it. That's the scarf the policewoman was wearing. I got her now. Just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. White? This is the scarf you identified belonging to the victim. But it certainly does not look white to me. Oh, Well, it was foggy that day. And the rain as well. Not surprisingly, she mistook it for white. Sorry, but this is not this time. The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. Yes, but what's the significance? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but there's only one explanation for this mix-up. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is that bridge wear a white scarf for identification. Boom! Witness, have you seen this note? Note? No, never. It's top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have... I wonder about that. What do you mean? This note shows Mr. Fall's introduction to the victims regarding their meeting. It says, wear a white scarf for identification. White scarf? Ah! Witness! You knew that what this note said. And that's because you knew and you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. Well, Miss Foster? No! Order. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm waiting for an explanation. I'm quite sure this note was leaked to the public. And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people who knew were quite limited. Terry Fair is one, the person who wrote the note. Barry Harsorn is another. And finally, one more person. Did you say one more person? That's right. A person that no one would have expected. Have you figured it out, kitten? Yup. The third person that knew the contents of this note was... Hang on there, kitten. What is it, Mr. Armando? Here, I made some special cafe nacho latte for you. I put in plenty of sugar. Drink it up before it gets cold. Don't be shy. Oh god! I forgot my hot chocolate was still hot. Or still really hot. Why are you doing this? Your brain needs some stimulation. Drink some of this and then think it over again. Listen, keep messing up like that and you're gonna get the judge mad. Miss Faye! Don't just stand there casually drinking coffee. Sorry, Your Honor. Oops. I think it's too late. But, Your Honor, there's one more person. The person besides Miss Paul and the victim that needs a vote said. That's right. The person that no one would have expected. Have you figured it out, kitten? Yep. The third person that knew the contents of the note was... Boom! And that person is... Dahlia Harthorn. Dahlia Harthorn? I never heard that name before. Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time that there is her name right here. What is this? So who is this person? This Dahlia Harthorn. Miss Faye must be desperate. She's trying to bring the dead back to life. The dead? Dahlia Harthorn was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago. She killed in a crime? You don't mean. she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls. You said she was killed, but was she really? What are you implying? Of course people thought she died 5 years ago, when she fell off the Dusky Bridge and was lost in Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was only 14 years old 5 years ago. If she was still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster? I believe that's the same age you are. Ah! Even you couldn't. Miss Faye, you're not saying. But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. What? What? Ha! Nice work. That's like tossing a grenade into a 3-alarm fire. Unless you can tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. I understand. I don't really... Good job, Mia, for actually understanding the puzzles this man gives. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. This is now my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth squirm. Witness, just who are you anyway? I didn't think it would come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Yes, I understand. What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself. Your Honor, I have administration to take. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue this matter this far. You don't mean. Yes, the prosecution office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conducted full background checks on all of our witnesses. What did he say? Ha! Looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go. No, wait! But then why? If he hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted to know was her testimony, so he made a little trade. Let me introduce to you the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. But I thought she died 5 years ago. We thought so as well. But, well, as you can see... Why? Why did she hide her identity for 5 years? That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime. Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of a victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of the crime of another murder? Really, Miss Faye, I must say your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. How dare you! Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something more precious. Her big sister. Miss Faye must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her. What?! You don't know the real Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm inclined to agree with the prosecution's logic. Miss Faye, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would this witness for having killing her beloved sister? Well, you see, I thought I was winning. Somehow he turned it around on me. Ha. I think you need a little more push in the right direction, kitten. Thanks for the coffee. I'm just gonna pretend this hot chocolate is coffee now. Just for fun. The defense is prepared to present evidence to support our claim. That wasn't me. That was this guy. This crazy coffee addict. I think we have heard enough empty threats from you, old man. Ha! What makes you think they're empty, boy? Because your prodigy looks like she's sweating bullets. Ah! I am sweating bullets! Fuck! Shoot. Nailed it. You're sinking in a tough spot, huh? Of course, aren't I? No. You just surprised at the moment of truth. That's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you. Up to me. The rashness of the youth. How charming. You're younger than me! This coming from someone younger than me? Nonsense. Let's not waste any more time. Miss Faye? What motive would the witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hearthorne? Boom! What is this? Is this the offense's idea of a joke? If so, I certainly don't get the punchline. Well, Miss Faye? Oh, that was the rashness of youth! The rashness of youth? What's your point in furthering a stereotype? That's enough. This court sees no reason. That is all. Court is adjourned. college and... Okay, press harder. Okay. Let's have that added to the testimony, but whatever. Ah! Keep pressing around buttons. Ah! I don't know how that happened. I literally don't know how that happened, though. Dahlia and the Valley Hearthstone and Terry Fells. There's only one important secret that connects all of them. Oh, yes. I know the secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony. What testimony? Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago. We believe it will explain a lot of things, such as the nature of the important secrets between the Hearthstone sisters. Very well, I grant the request for further testimony. I know it's painful for you, but can you enlighten us? Can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf? Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Putting the old charm on one more time, Dahlia. But this will be the last time you hid your womanly wiles. "5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister, Valerie, brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Fowler in the arm. That's when Mr. Fowler tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. That kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we are to believe after all that she murdered her sister? Preposterous. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Faye? Yes, Your Honor? As you heard, the witness still is traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination. Mr. Edgeworth's got to jump on me again. If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some arms. Listen up. We still got that info. That ace up our sleeve. What info? Come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. I may have. No, I'm just kidding. Pulling your finger, Armando. The fact that the kidnapping was 5 years ago was staged. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Also, I'm getting a little hot. I'm actually a little bit sweating bullets, so I'm gonna have to take off the sweater here. The sleeves are off now, Dahlia! The fact the kidnapping was 5 years ago was staged. That's right, it was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us that in the lobby. I don't know anything she said, anything Dahlia says. You're saying that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by me and Dahlia, and Valerie too. Yes, that's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's her secret. 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. Did you and Mr. Falls have a relationship? Yes. As a tutor. You were tutoring him, Mr. Falls? No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Falls came to the house to tutor me. That makes sense. 5 years ago, she was only 14. But he is a bit of an idiot, so... He probably came up with the kidnapping plan during that time. The Hearthstones are in the jewelry trade and are quite wealthy, you see. Quite the clever fellow, that Mr. Falls. Did I hear him right? Did he just call Mr. Falls a clever fellow? The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. I heard the diamond is valued in the neighborhood of $2 million. $2 million? It was it's still uncut, so it was the size of a pint of milk. I think the judge wants to hand him that diamond. A 2 million pint of milk. I don't know what to think about that. You don't know what to think about a lot of things, Your Honor. The defense demands that her sister, Valerie makes the exchange. Not as a detective, of course, but as an individual. By the way, I want to ask you, Mr. Edgeworth, why do you think he wanted to make the exchange up on their mountain? If he ever got surrounded, it would be hard to escape. There's one thing a kidnapper wants to prevent, and that's police involvement. In a place like that, it'd be easy to tell if he was being followed. There's only one entrance to the mountain. He was ensuring his safety. What a wickedly clever man Mr. Fall is this. Yeah, right. It was all your plan. Anyways, Valerie brought the diamond to the mountain, and after she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That was the dangerous thing, to consider you were being held hostage. Yes, but actually, that saved my life. What do you mean? You see, Mr. Falls was holding a knife in his right hand. Somehow, I just knew he was going to use it. I knew he was going to use that knife to kill me. That's why my sister shot him. It was to save me. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I'd like to hear more about what happened right at that moment. Well, when Mr. Falls shot in the right arm, he let go of me. I was dazed. I tried to run away, but Mr. Falls turned and grabbed me as well. As I ran past, he and I locked eyes for a second. He gave me a large, bloodthirsty grin. A bloodthirsty grin. And in the next instant, I advise to the court to remember that the river is 18 feet deep and incredibly swift. I was a strong swimmer, but I was knocked out. When I came, I had been carried away by the river to a strange place. I'll never forget that day. The crumbling bridge, nowhere to run. Then just one little shove from behind. That was it. Before my sister could catch me, I fell into the river. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. And that's why you hid your identity? Yes. I only told my sister. Valerie Hartshorn, eh? Yes, she was the only one who knew about me. Meanwhile, legally, this witness has been deceased for 5 years. I didn't ever want something like that to happen to me again. So I changed my identity and started a new life. And that new identity was Melissa Foster, right? Yes, my sister helped me get an official paperwork taken care of. That makes sense. Without an insider's help, all the paperwork would have been impossible. She was the only person who left in the world I could count on. And you think I killed her? There's no way I could. That's the moment of truth for this witness, too. Once the truth about the staged kidnapping comes out, everyone in the court will know how much of a G-Bell she really is. I just gotta prove that the kidnapping was a hoax. Wait, the bridge is narrow. You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said that's hard to believe. I should have said that's impossible. Impossible? I asked the court to recall the condition of Dusty Bridge, and now 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit in these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind as you claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. A more certain death. Do you understand now, Zalia Harsorn? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the water. A small change in the water level would have made a difference. You're right. If the events occurred just as the witness testified, the defendant could have pushed the witness into the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this? You see, Just a moment, Your Honor. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge. What do you mean? After being shot in the arm, it's possible that Miss Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwillingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. That's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Miss Hartshorn, is Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct? Now that you mention it, I do remember now when I fell off the bridge. My skirt got caught in one of those bridge-side wires. You can't be serious! Order! Order into court! It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Not now, Mia. Now's not time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault. What? I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's possible that Mr. Fall panicked. Therefore, he could have unwillingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say that's impossible. What ridiculous! What's so impossible about it? Because your flawed logic contradicts the court records. Oh, wait! Ha! Take that! Your Honor, all these answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They are extended about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from there. No! But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Whereas, like, that wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over. But he was shot in the right arm by that point, Edgeworth. So young and so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Fall has been shot in the right arm. Ah! And more importantly, Valerie Hartshorn has her gun trained on him at point-blank range. Ugh. So, Mr. Flaw throwing the witness off the bridge, that's clearly impossible. Yeah! Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? Dahlia Hartshorn, You jumped into the Eagle River intentionally. What? What is this? Indeed. What do you mean by such a ridiculous remark? Yes, that's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun in handcuffs. She could have saved me. And jumping into that raging river like that would have been suicide. Perhaps, but still, it's exactly what you did. You're probably confident that you would be able to handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had such more compelling reason to jump into the river. Oh, and what's that? What's so important that she wants to jump into the river? That witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of Eagle River. Boom! 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up to the mountain with her, the $2 million diamond. Ah! No, that can't be. Yes, Dahlia had it all planned from the beginning. The $2 million, she was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Fall to help her fake the kidnapping. And at the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack. Why is that simply ridiculous? Order! Your Honor! 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a dynamic plan? Yes. This woman is a demon. And there's one more person who helped to make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Harthorne. You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well? But she was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm sure it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder. What do you mean by that? On the day of the murder, after receiving a phone call from Mr. Fowler, Valerie called her sister, Dahlia. And then she told her what she was planning to do. She was going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote in her note. That is what it sealed Valerie's Harthorne's fate. That's when you hatched your demonic plan to kill two birds with one stone. A plan that would ensure neither one of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that's why you killed your sister, Valerie Harthorne. Who's that laughing at a time like this? Forgive me, it's just hilarious. Witness? Is that you? You amuse me, woman. Miss Maya Fey. You certainly weave an excellent tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Evidence? Evidence that I planned the whole kidnapping, of course. That at 14, I plotted with Mr. Fall and my sister. Well, and one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence to that, at least show that. Well, Miss Fey, I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Fey. Are you stupid or something? How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof that Valerie Harthorne's murder. Well, it seems that we come to an end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise a certain suspicion. However, I'm forced to reject the assertion made by the defense. Of course you are. This is it? Is it really over? That girl has made a fool of me, and there's nothing I can do about it. Ha! You sly son of a bitch. Without evidence, the trial's over? Who decides that? Mr. Armando! Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony. Testimony? On the day in question, Dahlia Hartshorn murdered her sister, Valerie Hartshorn. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Fall's stolen car and went to meet with him. Disguised as her sister, Valerie Hartshorn. That's what you think, right? Yes, that's right. In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hartshorn's murder. Since there's no proof, there's only thing left to do. Who is this one person who can testify that demons won't crime? The defendant himself! Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness. A new witness? Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls. The defendant? There's only one person that could shed any further light on the situation. Only one person that knows that Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. The only person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hartshorn, or whether in fact her younger sister Dahlia disguised as her. There's only one person that can solve this riddle once and for all. And that person is Terry Falls. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what's your take on this? Of course he's gonna reject, because he knows I'm onto something here. Why not? The prosecution has no objections. Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand. This is my last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left. Defendant, you have heard everything that has been said up to this point, yes? I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me. Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive, and you were used for $2 million. That's not true. Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? It was Valerie. Was it Valerie Hartshorn or was it Dahlia Hartshorn? Dahlia, did you betray me? 5 years ago, she promised never ever to betray each other. Terry, Dahlia, it's true. You're alive. You don't trust me anymore. That makes me sad. Tell me the truth, the real truth. I believed in you. I shouldn't need to say it. You should already know. But there's one thing I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry. Leah? I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and only once. Well then, Mr. Falls, your final testimony in this trial. Witness! Yeah! Eek! I'm sorry! I apologize! That's what, every time he makes an outburst, I go. Okay? I guess he's just really good at scaring people. But not much is done, Tiger. The fact that I literally hid under my desk. Water. Please, water. Hmm? Can't talk. Need water. Haha. Oh well, I guess it has to be my coffee instead. At least it'll match the way he probably feels right now. Dark and bitter than hell itself. Wah. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of Bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on Bridge. I watched my car from Bridge. I never put nobody in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, then she left. That was Valerie. Not my Dahlia. Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she would have did the same for you? That's enough, Miss Faye. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Faye, please proceed with your cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor. Is this how you want to end it, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence? There's only one person who can stop it. You kitten. I think. Why can't you do it? I'm busy with doing all the heavy lifting here. Who Terry Falls saw? That day, 4 p.m., I stopped car. I was in front of Bridge. According to this note, the meeting was supposed to take place at 4:30. You certainly arrived early, didn't you? It was raining. Already dark, too. You waited on the bridge for 30 minutes. Mr. Falls? Eagle Mountain. That spot. Strong memories. Why did he just climb up? Could it be he's hiding something here? He wasn't there, so I waited on bridge. You were quite early. So you waited on the bridge, correct? Yeah, I like waiting. I'm used to it. I'm sure he is. Zebra Boy waited 5 years to ask a single question. To find out why a woman betrayed him. To him, 30 minutes must have felt like a blink of an eye. I watched my car from the bridge. I never put nobody in that car. You were watching the car? That bridge. Other side is broken. Nobody can come over from there. So I was watching the car. What else were you expecting him to do? I suppose that's the obvious thing to do, but something is bothering me. I'm getting the feeling that a contradiction? I wonder what's on the other side of the broken bridge anyways. No one lives there. There's the wall shrine up on the mountain, but that's it. Anyways, no one came. No car, nothing. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. Mr. Falls, think carefully now. Are you certain that it was Valerie Harthorn? I never lie. It's the truth. It was Valerie. I remember her face. Wait a minute. If you had to remember her face, then why did you make her wear a scarf as identification? Sorry. I told a little lie. But that woman I met, she's different from the woman standing here now. She was different. It was Valerie. We talked, then she left. What did you talk to her about anyways? Mr. Falls. Valerie told truth about kidnapping 5 years ago. She said someone needed to take blame for it. That's all I could do. It was all I could do. She said that. That's why she lied. She got me the death penalty. And were you satisfied with that answer, witness? Dahlia died. That was my fault. But I don't really remember. Maybe I did. Maybe I did push her in. I shouldn't have pushed her. I don't matter no more. Either way, My Dahlia, my sweet teen angel, dead. But you just saw that she isn't dead. After Valerie talked to me on bridge, no one left to live for. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia. How can you be so sure? It was raining at the time, and the sunset that day was at 5 o'clock. It would have been already pretty dark on that mountain at 4:30. Please, Mr. Falls, this is your last chance. You already taken the fall once for something you didn't do. That woman wasn't Dahlia. Stop right there. What more needs to be said? Even if it means the death penalty, even if it means taking the blame for murder, you still do whatever is necessary to protect you, won't you, Mr. Falls? I know it's obvious, but he's clearly lying. He's been cursed by Dahlia Horrorthorn. He probably got into his grave still believing in her. Mr. Falls. Even if you can't show he's lying, the poor guy will still be cursed. He still has to point out the contradiction anyways. That's the curse of being a defense lawyer, I guess. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car and was front of the bridge. There she waited on the bridge. I watched the car from the bridge. Ah! I didn't mean to press that! And that's not going to be much. So when you got to the bridge, no one has arrived, huh? So you waited on the bridge. You're sure of that? Yeah, I'm sure. You're sure, huh? Well, then I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying. Huh? What? Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Faye. You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right? But that's the victim at the end of the bridge. Precisely my point. In other words, Miss Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. Yeah, blah. Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth. I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. I had somewhere to go. Special place. Did you go to the special place before you went to the bridge? Yeah. It's an old temple, about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. So she brought a memento to represent our love. A memento? 5 years ago, I hid it under the base of the tree there. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I want to get. This little bottle on a necklace is your memento? It's quite charming, but it looks empty. Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrives at the scene at 4 o'clock. But he left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. Ugh! Was that much time? Dahlia Soror could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car. No! Indeed, there's certainly enough time for it. I still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Oh. Huh? Mr. Falls? Did I see blood? That's enough. Please. Witness? I promised her 5 years ago. If it ever happens that we can't trust each other no more, then we are supposed to drink this bottle. Ugh. No! Stop the trial! Your Honor! We need to recess! I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this. No! We were so close! Just a little more! I was gonna prove your innocence! No. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia again. Mr. Falls! Mr. Almondo. Thanks for the coffee. Mr. Falls! So my first trial ended, suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winner, only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul, I thought it'd never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. Only one person. The true criminal, Dahlia Harthorn. She left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Unforgivable. That witch. Mr. Almondo. We were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You're just a little too soft, kitten. You're just a little soft, kitten. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're gonna make my coffee all salty. I knew it! I knew I wasn't cut out for this! Mia. Huh? Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. Not at home yet. There's only one lawyer to cry. One time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Mr. Almondo! No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. Then you fall away and then eventually forget them. One year later, in this very same courthouse, I, myself, got wrapped up in that case. Only after that did Dahlia Hartenstein get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict was ultimately handed down to her was guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict read, she had a perfect angelic smile on her face. It was finally all over. At least, that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that made me remember all of this. Jesus Christ! What an emotional roller coaster to end on. Yes, we are saving. So, closing out, because that is where we're ending for tonight. Why don't I hear my media? Are you guys hearing the background music? I'm not hearing it myself. So, I don't want to end this on, like, no music. So you know what we're gonna do? As any normal... That's not... No, that's not... This... Yeah, this should be the... Wow, I'm being really... You know what? We're gonna do it the easiest way I can think of. Get the game back up. Get to the main menu, because that's some killer music, by the way. Alright. So, yes. This is where we're gonna end tonight for... This is where we're gonna end for tonight for Phoenix, right? Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. Before we start with the announcements, Alexa, tell us an interesting fact. So, like I said, tonight, this is where we're wrapping up for tonight. I'm gonna... I'm sorry, but yo. So, like I said, no, I'm sorry. I feel like I have to... Sorry, I'm really curious about this whole audio thing. So... I mean, I can't hear it myself, really. Like, what if I changed the music, though? I guess that doesn't change, so going back to normal. So I guess I'm gonna just wrap it up and just, like, hope you guys hear it. And if you don't, sorry. So, weekend streams, I don't know if they're gonna happen. I have tomorrow to decide anyways. Well, tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday. I have up until the stream moments to decide. Saturday, it really is all gonna depend on who's around. Sunday, I don't know, I'm gonna have to talk to Alexa, see what she wants to do, like make a decision from there. But I'll be back on Tuesday evening at 6 p.m. Central for, well, whatever I'm feeling that day. And then I'll be back here for the last episode of Trials and Tribulations Part 1. So next week we start the Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations Grand Finale Part 1 and 2. I'm gonna be making some posters. Well, some drawings of, like, set posters. Just gonna make sure some people are still alive. Make sure that they're not ending. Because if they're not ending, of course we're raiding Hobbs. But it doesn't look like Hobbs is ending. Not at least for a little bit. So Hobbs is our raid target, as always. So I hope you guys all enjoyed tonight. I will see you, like I said, maybe Saturday, maybe Sunday, maybe Tuesday, but most likely, if anything, Tuesday evening. So I hope you guys all enjoyed tonight's episode. I had lots of fun, considering the fact that I had to take off my sweater because I was so hot, literally sweating bullets. But, you know, I think I have some things are clearing up. And this is the last episode. It's going to be real interesting. There's so much that was open and there's so much that's untied. So it should be an interesting finale. You know? One of the funnest, if I do say so myself. So, I hope you guys all enjoyed. Bye!